Morning, good morning, good morning. How we doing, guys? How we going? Good to see you all. How are we? How are we? We got here already. Got Adrian, how we doing? Louis Kwang. I can't pronounce your name. Sorry, brother. Sure. How we go, guys? Everyone, hello. Good morning. I think Anastasia will be joining shortly. We're just waiting for her to pop in. So for now, you got me, and we'll start the day. Here we are. Alrighty. So today, last night was interesting. We ended up getting full pricing for the Fed rate cuts for September. So in at 100% now for that. So you trying to join, Mike? I don't know if your camera's working. It's not showing up. Yes. Up the Aussie. Oi. There you go. Let me just message Mike real quick, guys, first of all. Also put a little bit of music in the background. Get that going too. There we are. That's what we like. Very nice. Alrighty. Not sure if I can move that. No. Alright. Oh well. We'll go with it. Is there a giveaway or not? Beric, I have no idea right now. Jonatan handles the giveaways. Basically, how the giveaways end up popping off is you guys like the stream, follow the stream. The more likes you get, every milestone we hit, then you guys will get giveaways coming in. So, but yeah, I have no idea personally right now myself about any kind of giveaways, future or present right now. So yeah, but best way if you want more coming through, pop a like to the stream and see how we go. So we got pound dollar here. I'm looking for a potential short in here somewhere. Since we've got up on the screen, and then we'll jump over to some other stuff. We've had euro dollar come right off, right? So picked up a trade through there, end up exiting on this pop back up. So that went pretty well this morning. So I'm looking for pound dollar. Obviously, we've had that outside strength. We had the pound news today as well, which has further helped the pound hold up a bit better than the other majors. But I am looking for some kind of short up into this area. And then looking down here, it's about T0.5, T1, T2, and T3. This is meant to be a 2 and a 3. If you guys were here on the ABL stream, you would have seen I drew that in terribly. So if we can get a better 2, and then there we go. We've got 3. We got a 3 now as well. So yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that. I'll let you guys know when we jump in, because I think we are getting sort of primed for a bit of a retracement, bit of a pullback on the pound. We've had that continued strength over and over past couple of days. As you can see, we've ran right up from 131.40. That was backed by the payroll earlier, payroll data with the revisions. So since then, we've had the continued strength popping up through these levels, but we are starting to tire somewhat up here. So if we can find it, if we get the confirmation for a bit of a turnaround, then I'll be looking for some shorts through there. So see how we go. We're not ready just yet, it appears, but we are starting to curl over. Sham, hey LJ, how do you overcome emotions when missing a trade? Like you have an A+ setup, you wait for it to come to a level, you move away from the screen for a while, and momentum takes price to the moon. Mate, that's always a rough one, that's for sure. Definitely a rough one. Can I shift my screen around here? No, I can't. Yeah, dude, it's hard to deal with, because particularly if you've moved away from the screen, often, if you're not trading full time and you've got maybe a job and you're sort of trading on the side, or whether you finish your job, you've come home and you want to do some trading after hours, and then you've still got your other commitments, whether it be life, family, just day-to-day stuff as well. Step away to go put the laundry on or cook dinner or something, and then you miss the trade. It is painful. As far as practical things you can do, obviously setting alerts is number one, and then you can set your limit orders or stop orders to kind of catch these moves, so long as you size things correctly, because often as well, if you are away from the market and you do have those limit or stop orders, the market could have changed since when you last looked at it. So if you do leave those in, always keep an eye on things, which is going to be very hard. For instance, if it's an overnight trade and you've got to sleep at some point and then you miss it. But ultimately, I would say if you do miss it, there's always another trade. So it is very painful. It's very hard, especially like you were saying with those A+ setups. It is very, very frustrating. But I mean, A+ setups do come around again. Other trades do come around again. And I think like Victor likes to say, it wasn't your trade. If you didn't catch it, it wasn't your trade. Or if someone else, found a perfect setup and you missed it, it wasn't your trade. So that's the only thing you can do outside of setting up the alerts, setting up your whether it's stop or limit orders to come through. It's pretty hard to combat. It's sort of just a part of trading. You have to work it into your life, manage to merge the two together, and find a bit of harmony and balance with these things. So, what I think about NASDAQ right now, definitely jump over to NASDAQ. AI world, what's the best time to trade? That's going to depend for yourself as far as what parts of the world you're living in. Again, just like we were talking about before, do you have another job? What are your other commitments? Do you have family? That kind of thing. If you're younger, you're going to have a lot more time on your hands, a bit more space. Obviously, if you're a bit older, maybe you've got a partner or potentially kids or something like that, it's going to be a bit more difficult. As far as the most liquid times for the market, you're going to have your London session and your New York session. as the most liquid active trading periods. So if you're looking to trade intraday or doing a bit of scalpy stuff, that's going to be the prime positioning there. The other portion to that is during Asia, you do get that less liquidity coming into the market. However, you do often get a number of the initial setups starting from Asia and then carry on through London and New York. So your best bet would be whatever assets you're looking at, whatever style you're trying to trade with, whether it's a swing trading, intraday sort of session to session stuff, or if you're scalping, try to do that back testing, forward testing, and play it out. So you can do things like go look at each of those periods for the sessions. You can get a session indicator. You can find that on TradingView here or many other tools, whether using MetaTrader, go into the free marketplace, you'll find that. And just look at the movement through each of those sessions and see if you can find entries per your style during that session, and then try and match the two up. That's sort of what I'd possibly do. Trading is a never-ending buffet, that's for sure, Louis. No doubt. Gold view, yep, we'll go over gold. Alpha's looking for the NASDAQ as well. We'll jump over that in a second. Pound dollar bearish look clear, but pound AUD just broke out at the important level. What do you think? Let me have a look at pound AUD. I haven't looked at pound AUD in a very, very long time. Yeah, I mean, that'd be an interesting one. So earlier on, obviously, this is a 1 hour chart now. We did have the selling pressure come through. We had the jobs number for Australia come out today, which did come out a bit better than last month's. We had that negative result. Today was about in line, but the very positive part of it was that it was almost completely full-time work. So we had it was about 25K for the number that came out, but it was 60 plus 60,000 for full-time jobs. So the differential there is the part-time work. So typically when you look at jobs numbers, a full-time job is going to be considered much more valuable than part-time work. Of course, people are earning more money, they can spend more money in the economy, and tends to be more secure and long-term rather than part-time jobs people dip in and out of. So that's why we had the dip on the pound Aussie earlier, then retraced portionally, and we did have that pound data come out prior to, which was pretty good. So that's why you'd be seeing that upside movement in the pound. We have had the breakout through here. So as far as, let's go out to a longer time frame. The pound has been faring very well of recent. So not surprised to see this strength. However, given we have had so many up days now in a row, and if pound dollar does start to falter and come off, you could see a rotational shift in the other pound crosses as well, coming back down. So given where we are, I mean, you had that break, right? So that would signal a bit of a continuation of this bullish move. As far as the height right now, we might be getting a little bit extended, just near term. That is very near term. After we've had day after day after day after day of upside gains, but I could definitely see us reaching at least 2.0850 up here at least. Then you've got obviously 2.09. What that's going to depend on is this next, so today and tomorrow, whether pound dollar actually comes off or it starts to hold up, because we may get pound dollar accelerating a lot further than say the Aussie dollar and the other broader Aussie complex, because we did actually have decent news today. And that's going to slightly shift the RBA, so that's Reserve Bank of Australia, their views on future rate cuts. Because the last meeting they signaled, yes, more rate cuts to come, but the news data did come out pretty good today, so that might tilt their opinions a bit. So I would be somewhat cautious on this continuing, just with the backdrop of pound dollar potentially falling off. So, keep an eye on the two. But right now, you've had this break, which should signal some more upside for now. But as far as the pound, the assets out there to trade wouldn't be my favorite at the moment. I wouldn't say it's very clear. Danny talking about the NAS as well. Alpha was asking about the NAS, so we'll go over and check that next. So this was the area I was talking about yesterday for the NAS. We had the drive up, and then I was looking for a bit of a pullback from there. We did end up getting that, jumped out of that a little bit early, got a slight tick over, and now we've just consolidated this lower area through Asia. If any of you guys were around in ABL, you would have seen I could see a bit more downside before we actually make any kind of a further run higher. If we go out to the 4 hour, get rid of that, zoom in. So you can see we've had a pretty steady climb after that initial dip following the jobs data. It sort of spooked the market in general for a bit. Since then, we've rallied back very healthily, and we've made another break beyond here. Given we've had this sustained run, almost a similar concept to the pound right now, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a small dip and you pull back into that topside resistance, which is now turned to support, and then you start to build off from that level. Overall, we've definitely got a lot of support for the NAS, for the indices as a whole right now, particularly after we had the shift in Fed pricing for the rate cuts yesterday. Give me 1 sec if I can remove that. I think it must be my stream is bugged then. Hang on. Alrighty. Sorry, guys. Where were we? So yeah, that's sort of the 4 hour. So for the NAS, I'd see us sort of pulling back. At the same time, I'm always very hesitant on any of the short trades on the NAS right now. We've had a couple opportunities here and there. Obviously, you can see them listed out on the screen, but overall, we do have very, very, very bullish underpinnings for indices right now. As far as today, if we look at the implied moves for the NASDAQ, as far as the options, so these are the 0 DTE, meaning 0 days to expiry options that are coming through. We're pricing about an expected move of 23,844. So that's just a touch above where we are now. So a very common trade I like to make coming into New York session for the NAS is to find out where that options pricing is for the day, and then say if let's pull this over and go hypothetically the NAS was up here today, right near these highs, and you've got the options pricing basically where we are now, then I'd often see shorts from here looking for a price to run down to that level. So right now we're sitting pretty flat, pretty neutral with that area. So I'd prefer to see, given the shift in Fed sentiment, I would prefer to buy on dips rather than shorting from here. Because we've had, if we go over to the Fed Watch tool, this is basically what I'm talking about. So you can see here, this is saying 95.9% for a 400 to 425 interest rate for the September meeting. So prior to that, we were playing around with the possibility of a rate cut at around, we fluxed from Monday last week at about 97%, down to 90, down to 83. Spoke about this the other day to you guys as well. And we flip-flop back and forth, sort of between 82 up to 95, back to the 80s and back and forth, right? This is now over 100%. Market is pricing in 100% chance of a rate cut. Not to be confused with this saying 95.9. That's because there is a 4.1% probability now being priced in of a 50 basis point cut. So that's sort of what we're seeing. And then that's what's underpinned that shift in the NAS, and also that general dollar weakness that we've seen, particularly dollar yen, all through yesterday. We've seen it come off a cliff through here. So I think we got someone in the background. Here we are. How are we doing? Good to see you.
I'm good, but can you see my camera? Because I cannot see myself on the screen.
I can see you.
Yeah? Okay. I can't.
Okay, now
For me, it's only your camera.
Okay, I could see you a second ago, and now it's changed. I was saying this just before, literally just before you came on. I think the platform's playing up a bit today, because I was trying to shift stuff around, and it kept popping up with Mike coming in. I was like, "Are you trying to get in, Mike? Like, what's happening?"
Yeah, I came on the stream and I saw Mike, and I couldn't remove him. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, so that was you coming in, and it was saying Mike then, was it? I don't know what's going on.
No. It was
Let me
different. Welcome. Hey guys. Hey everyone. Oh, that's working. That's working now.
Wait, I'll put it like that for now, and I'll try see if I can fix it in the background.
Okay, perfect. Can you guys see me and hear me? Hey everyone in the chat. Welcome, Steven. Good morning and good afternoon. Depends where you are in the world. Louis is here as well. Good to see you all. How are you, LJ?
Going well. Been a busy day. Caught some good trades earlier on euro dollar. I'm now keeping an eye on pound dollar to see if that plays a bit of a catch-up move, and we get that sort of retracement after this strength that we've had. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. I checked out gold before. I still hate gold. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. I was looking at the same thing, but I don't really think that we are yet ready to go down. Don't you look at the correlation between the euro dollar and the pound dollar as well?
I do. Yeah. And just I think we've had this sustained pound strength, right? And that's been on the back of some of the comments the other week from the Bank of England. Then we've had some of the pound data come through, which has been a bit better. It's not exactly good. It's just sort of expectations have been so low for Britain that it's an easy beat, an easy hurdle to make. So we've had a number of those pieces come through. So I'm looking for that to get priced into the market. And that once that's fully priced, we should get a bit of a rotation. We also had the Fed moving to 100% chance of 25 basis point cut. So I think that was sort of the lean regardless, and we were flirting with that 82 to 95% of that happening. Now it's locked in, and we're getting a bit of that unwind on euro dollar, Aussie dollar, the other majors. I think pound dollar needs to play a bit of catch up to get there. So because I think we're sort of priced in for all the current shifts. So that's what I'm basing that off.
So what I'm thinking is that, okay, I'm looking at the actual retracement potentially for the euro dollar, or do you think it's going to continue going down?
So I think it's a retracement. I don't think we're not collapsing, right? Nothing like that at all. I've got sort of the first target about 135.50, then 40.
On the euro USD.
Sorry, on pound dollar.
On pound dollar.
Yeah.
135.50, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, so 50 is the sort of T 0.5, put it that way. They got T1 about 35.40, T2 at 20, and then the T3, like a full extension, would be just above 135. So 135.05. So those are each of my levels sort of marked out, and then it's just a question of how much momentum you get pressing on towards them.
Yeah, okay, so you still didn't get my question, actually.
What was my misunderstanding then?
I'm looking at the potential reversal for the euro dollar, right? From here, actually. This is the margin zone right here, 5%. And eventually, maybe just eventually, I'm looking all the way to see the price all the way here. So those are my two zones for the retracement for the euro dollar, from here and from here below. Now the question is, if we are looking for the reversal here, don't you think that the pound dollar is still going to continue to go up from here? I mean, I can see the reversal. The only reason that I'm wondering about sells, is it a good idea or not, is because the euro was already falling and the pound has not been. So is it, if like we cannot get the like 100% negative correlation between the euro dollar and the pound dollar, right? Eventually. So if pound is gonna start dropping, the euro dollar cannot start going up yet.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. They've had a slight disconnect recently,
Yeah.
right? And I was talking about this just earlier in AVL, but I was sort of more looking for pound dollar to come off to potentially further accelerate euro dollar to the next leg lower before actually finding a proper base. So that's kind of more what I'm looking at. Because same deal. I had my initial target on the earlier trade at about 75 to 72, so just above that 70 level. But then on the further downside, I can see euro dollar hitting 116.50 and as far as 116.30.
Yeah.
So I think we might get a bit more of an acceleration of that move first, whilst pound dollar comes off, before it properly bases.
Yeah, that's what I'm also looking at. It's currently at the value area low of this range right here for the euro dollar. Looking for the potential reversal a little bit to the upside from here, maybe back to the same levels here or here, and then a continuation down. So that's something that I would be looking at.
Yeah, similar deal. So for now, given euro dollar had already ran down, we've come down to that area you're speaking about now. I prefer to short pound dollar from here, so I've taken profit on the euro dollar short, just in case we do get that point where it kind of bounces, or at least potentially bases out. But yeah,
Really don't like the market the past 2 weeks, actually. Not gonna lie.
I have liked some very select assets, but a number of pieces I have not liked at all, as well. I found the Nasdaq has had some all right moves some days, and then some days terrible. I think gold is absolutely useless at the minute. I don't like the structure or anything. The currency wise, I think, has been pretty good.
I've taken some good trades on gold in last week, actually, and this week as well. Some two shorts here. And then I've taken some longs, two longs. I've had two attempts to buy gold. Both entry points was quite good, actually, yesterday here and then here, and none of them reached my target. Both of them ended up as a break-even pattern, and the same is euro from yesterday. So it's been testing my patience for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's
Definitely.
really teaching how to sit on your hands, to be honest with you, and not touch anything in the
Yeah.
current market. Yeah, I didn't
So,
long euro because it's falling. It's actually quite falling quite aggressively. I was looking at euro longs right here just a second ago. I was really very close to press the buy button, but I can see that it's most likely going to continue lower. So don't really see any strength for buyers yet. We were trying to recover, and then it just kept falling like a stone to the downside. So probably gonna stay away from these longs until the zone lower, around, let's say if it's euro USD, it's around 16,440, 16,300 that I'm waiting for.
yeah, we're getting further hit now. We did have the French data come out earlier today, but not really a big deal. So I think we're just looking for those lower levels to plumb before finding a base. That said, if euro dollar makes it there first, and pound dollar, we've come down a touch but we're just not getting on. So I would potentially look to just scrap that and then long euro dollar if we make it there first.
Yeah.
But see how we go. I think Aussie dollar is also coming up to some alright levels. I think Henry was looking at that in ABL earlier as well.
So are you looking for the shorts on euro or on AUD? Because I can see longs from here.
Longs eventually,
reverse.
yeah. So I think we've just got a similar deal, a bit more downside. So I was short Aussie dollar today as well. I tried to short it last night. We only got part of the move. So then once we had the drive up today after the employment data for Australia, I re-shorted from there. And we hit basically my T2 level earlier, which I took profit on that and the euro. Because just like you were talking about a moment ago, I was looking for it to base there, at least temporarily, possibly get a bit of a tick back higher before continuing on. But right now, it looks as though we're pressing on. So Aussie dollar, I'm looking somewhere 65.20 before we kind of find a bit of slowdown.
Yeah, I can see that as well. I was looking at the same level. But I actually still really don't like the setup. It's like it's really not what I'm usually looking for.
Yeah.
I don't even remember the past 2 weeks. The last time when the 2 weeks were as this too, if you know what I mean, because I've barely taken any trade.
Yeah, I mean, what we've had going on is that flip-flop between
Yeah.
people pricing in the rate cuts, right? Because everyone was
Yeah,
like, okay, no rate cuts, it's going to be longer. Then we got the terrible payroll revisions. Then everyone's like, okay, rate cuts are back on the table.
Yeah.
We had various comments from, various Fed members, from Trump. It's been back and forth. And so I think the market's in a bit of a digestion phase with that, trying to find its legs for the proper direction. So yeah, we've definitely had a bit of chop and sort of back and forth, and then these very more impulsive, aggressive moves every time the market flips from one side to the other. So it hasn't been totally clean. But with that said, how I've been trying to manage it is just sort of wait for those extreme points and then take a position there. Because same deal through this past 2 weeks, I've said a number of times prior that I just don't like what's going on, or it's messy or unclear, or not really a safe, no safe points to actually take a trade from.
Yeah, true. Yeah, most likely gonna wait until the beginning of the next week for trading, because I've barely taken any trades, and whatever I've taken, majority of it ended up as a break even. So,
Yeah.
Are you short
That's been
pound
rough.
already?
Yeah, still short pound dollar, but it's just not really kicking on.
So did you enter already?
Yeah, I got short at 135.80. So sort of 9 pips profit. But if we don't start to accelerate, then I'll just take the small profit and then similar deal, sit on my hands a little bit until we get a clear point, either probably for the euro or the Aussie dollar. Because I don't like gold at the minute at all.
No, me neither.
I
What
can
is
see,
this even like? What is this?
yeah, no, it's terrible. I can see some general further downside, and the level we did peak at the other day was my T3 point from the prior day that I was looking for, but yeah, it's more where to enter from is disgusting right now on gold, personally. So any of you guys out there trading gold, you guys are crazy. Because I hate it. I hate it right now. Absolutely shocking. Let me just edit some of these orders.
for position for the pound.
Yeah, I've got and just some other pending orders for the euro and the Aussie, or at least mark them up so it's ready once we do get there. All right, let's see if I fix
Someone is asking about gold. So Static's Corner is saying, I have gold trade buy running. Should I hold or not? And first of all, you should do whatever your analysis says, because imagine I tell you now to close it and you close it and then it drums up. So you need to do what you think is best. I personally don't see any buys here for gold right now. So we are at the value area low of this whole range. I was looking at it earlier today, but I honestly don't see the potential, like the high potential of coming all the way back up from here. I'm personally short bias on gold today. I'm looking for this zone potentially, and then put reversal back down. So I'm definitely short on this one. The question is only where, because technically I was looking already at the level 33.97. Then the price several times rejected it. I think we're gonna go higher, so maybe something around 3401, 3400 for the futures. And in general, I'm waiting for gold to reach 33.52 level, 33.53 for gold futures. Previous consolidation right here. So this zone that I'm aiming for. The question is only in the entry mainly. Like, where do you enter this?
Yeah,
because this doesn't look any good. And if we also look at the normal gold, the CFD gold, XAU USD, so this is a zone that I want to see being hit for gold. Now, again, if we look at the closer, we're going to see that we are rejecting right now already the weekly point of control. And that was the reason I was looking also for a sell already earlier. 1 second. Need to readjust those. Okay, so we are hitting the point of control of this range. We are hitting the weekly point of control here as well. So technically can be selling immediately right now, but that's not something I want to do because the price already have rejected several times. We are coming back. I think we are going to break it. So then again, this is somewhere that I want to see it going before the next drop. I honestly don't see any longs.
neither.
But with the current, sorry.
I was just saying neither. I don't see longs at all. Yeah.
I don't see longs. I would really love to short it, but I really don't see the good entry yet.
Yeah, I'll show you. Because this is a trade I marked out yesterday. I didn't actually take it because I just didn't like how gold was operating yesterday. But this was the trade we marked out yesterday on stream. We did ultimately, T1 hit the T2, sort of fell through there, pulled back to entry, then ran higher and got to the top of that sludge box, as I like to call it. Topped out there at the T3, and then now today's price action is pretty nasty. So in order to see further highs, I would have liked to see us consolidate this level up here and then break higher beyond 33.75, and then try to push into that channel that we had last week, but we didn't get that at all. So similar deal. I see the downside. So on the so the CFD price is about 3,300 and then 3,285 for gold. So I'm definitely seeing that lower side being the preferential move, because we just, it was so lackluster through here when it looked as though we were cupping and we get that drive higher. We just didn't. We eventually made part of the move, and then it's just failed.
Yeah.
So yeah, gold is a bit sad right now, and just the general structure is gross. Not a fan.
No, me neither.
Ahmed, you're Goldie. Do you mean Goldie? Goldie? Is that what you're saying? you're a gold fan? I do like gold. Typically it's just at the moment the price action is poor. So
I loved gold the past couple of weeks as well. Well, not including the last two specifically. Like in July, it was really, really good for me. July in general was really good for me. But then August came, this recalculation on the non-farm pricing in the potential rate cuts in September. The Fed, everything that is going on with them, all the comments and discussions and everything about regarding the rate cuts and inflation. And we also need to know that the Federal Reserve actually has never cut the rates when the inflation was at the current levels in general in the past. So it is stable inflation, but it doesn't mean that the rate cuts has a place to be. So they're in the whole discussion, should they cut the rates, should they not cut the rates? And then the past 2 weeks were horrible. Like what
yeah,
is this?
yeah, very messy because the dual mandate is really pulling them from both sides. Because the inflation pricing, say you go a year out, we're pricing much higher inflation, back up towards like 3.3 or so.
Also because of the tariff.
Yeah, part because of the tariffs. The other portion of that, though, is also because this is from the sort of market positioning for it.
Yeah.
There's also the logic of how much you unwind that, being that people are anticipating rate cuts to come through, and therefore that also lends to that portion of inflation being higher. So if you deduct that, then it essentially means inflation roughly is actually level, but then you get the inducement from the rate cuts coming in, plus a portion of the tariffs. So it's sort of hard to get a proper read through of the forward outlook that people really are betting on when you have so many variables in play at the same time. Hence the Fed having a bit of trouble. Where's my pound trade at? We've pulled back up a little bit. So we've gone from 9 pips profit to a touch negative now. I've only got 0.4% risk on this, so I can pull the stop up higher if I need. Right now we're sitting at 86.
So it's still not going yet.
No, not just yet. We had the euro find a bit of a touch pause. Stop just here. Same with the Aussie dollar at about 25. So yeah, that correlation like you were talking about before, euro dollar pitching back up has meant pound dollar has also come higher.
Yeah, but euro dollar is really, really weak. The way it was pushing down.
Yeah, I'd look for further downside on euro dollar as well. Might even bring the stops up on the pound up there to about 89.90, and then also consider finding another short on the euro. Also even somewhere about here, to be honest. So that's something I would consider.
Really want to short gold, but don't have enough confirmations for this.
Was that for gold? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. No, but I'm not looking at it at this chart because there's nothing actually here at all besides a candle. I'm looking at the order flow. I can't connect it here because it only allows one screen at a time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, but it's literally in the zone that I would like to sell it because I'm looking at the basically what that on 5 minute time frame is this area. Yeah, that's literally this gray area that I'm looking for the reversal. So if I'm going to see any kind of reversal here, confirmation, I'm going to probably go short.
Mm, mm.
Right now, we are still trying to push up. The point of control of the contract is right here now. So that's a maximum volume of the contract for gold. And eventually, maybe here or here, this is the zone that I would like to short. But again, I would like to see the rejection, and it's trying to reverse. I do hope it's not going to just drop, leaving the huge wick to the upside without actually getting my order, without letting me enter the trade in the first place because I didn't place the limit order or anything. So I'm looking at this zone right now as the main one. Let me just highlight it right here.
Hello, Abdullah. How we doing, mate? How we going? Sivash was saying, look at the Dixie. Yeah, Dixie's interesting. So these were my levels are marked out today. So we have met that target. Obviously, this is my lovely freehand drawing, so it's nice and wobbly through here. But I can put something a bit more clear there for you guys. So it's basically by this wick low there. Then you had those two through there. So you got this, I should really be drawing a box through here, to be honest. It's basically this cluster. So we have made that target coming back up. I'm not convinced on further downside at the minute.
About the Dixie.
Sorry, on further upside, I mean.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, I do see this running lower.
Yeah.
But that said, so that's the longer term view with, say, euro dollar, pound dollar, since we've had that shift in the repricing of the Fed cuts, right? But in the interim, I think we come higher first. Where's my tools here? So I'd like to see a move a touch above that to about 98 before then pressing on. And then that hence goes with the euro dollar slightly further downside before finding firm support, and then a bit of a pullback on the pound. I will say though, this on a 5 minute doesn't look very nice, but this is just a 5 minute, of course. So if we go to the 1 hour, you could see a touch more, but I think we would find some kind of point that we pause, come back higher again, and then collapse.
Do you trade silver?
No, not these days. I hate silver now. Yeah. I think I've mentioned a number of times, like, since it's had such a massive disconnection from gold, I don't really like it. I used to enjoy the sort of catch-up trade for silver, and these days you can still get that. But it's almost like how Bitcoin and Ethereum used to play hand in hand, right? And ETH would just follow Bitcoin eventually, and then recently they've also disconnected.
That's true.
Yeah, and then we have seen that massive push up in ETH just this past sort of week, 2 weeks. So you do still get those same plays in silver, but I just find it annoying to sit there and wait and look for it, right? So yeah, I tend to stand aside from silver these days personally, but
I actually really liked silver. I was trading it actively in May and June.
Mm.
And now also recently I've not had a really good clear situations that I would like to take neither. So, but
Yeah.
someone was asking in the chat checking it because what I use this how I use silver is also how I use a combination between gold and between Nasdaq and S&P. So
Mm.
either they both show the same bias, or I'm not taking any trades at all. So if Nasdaq, for example, is already coming to my buy area, but S&P is still falling or broke the buy area, I know that I shouldn't be buying Nasdaq because most likely it's going to continue to collapse. The same as, for example, if gold is in the buy area and and silver is in the sell area, I'm not going to take any trades. Whereas right now, for silver, for me personally, I'm also looking for shorts. If you look at the situation here, we see that the price has been consolidating. We did exit this range. We do have the developing point of control of the months also moving higher, which is a big deal at this period of the month because we are middle of the month already. It's been a lot of volume at 38,510 right here. And we also do have this consolidation. So we had this whole area here from which the price was continuing higher first and then did collapse further down. So I'm expecting the continuation to the downside for silver until, let me remove this because it's not valid anymore. So until this area on the bottom, well, that needs to be adjusted, of course. That is completely out of place. Here we go.
Yeah.
So until 3,800 until 37.7 for silver. So that's something that I would like to see happening. But mainly I don't like really that ID to short silver right now. What I was checking is a confirmation for the bias for gold. So
Mm.
if silver would be long already, I would completely exclude the potential of selling gold at all right now. But since silver is also bearish, I might still keep an eye on gold and see if I can get an idea for get a confirmation for a sell today.
Yeah.
It's in my area for a sell, but it's been pushing quite strongly to the upside. So not
Yeah.
yet at
No.
the moment, but it's sell area. So this is a short area for me.
Yeah, I can see that logic then. Definitely. To be fair, when I look after you brought up silver chart, which I haven't looked at in a minute, but from the current structure, I'd actually prefer shorts on silver. To be fair,
Also true. Yeah.
just with
If you
the
look at it like
structure, you know.
Yeah, if you look at it like this, absolutely. The
Yeah.
problem for me is in the hour time frame. Like this is the issue for me. Like this
Mm.
range, this volume from which you're rejecting,
Mm.
I do see also the potential that it's gonna come here and then come down and get stuck here.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's the reason I wouldn't short silver right now, but I do see, like, I know what you mean. If you look at it like this on the 15 minutes, the structure is really good. That
Yeah,
looks
that
really
looks really
clear.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, compare it especially to the rest of the market right now. This is great.
Yeah, definitely, and yeah, and particularly with gold. I mean, yeah, God, dog's
Yeah.
breakfast, gold right now. I'll have a look at the NAS again.
I'm gonna have a look at the chart while you're looking at NAS, so you can pull
Yeah,
up yours.
right.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll do.
Yes, we do answer questions from the chat. Guys. That's what we do here as well. You know, we are balancing, keeping the balance between the chat and the charts with all of you. So let's have a look at the chart.
Nasdaq
So
going nowhere.
yeah,
Yeah, I think we're still waiting. See what happens coming to New York. I've got no plays on that at all. You know, I can see that bit more downside. I think I was talking about at the start of the stream, but not a fan either.
yeah, no, me neither. Me neither. Not a big fan. So Rachel is asking how to counter news because sometimes I'm in a good percentage of profit but not hitting my TP, and news come out, wipe my profit, and hit my stop loss in the case that what do I do? Well, first of all, if your strategy doesn't work with news and you know that majority of the times when the news come out, you're gonna lose your profit, then just close the trade before the news or move your stop loss into profit, right? Because it's tasked. For me, for example, majority of the times, if news come out, if scheduled news come out, it's actually going with my direction, not against me, with the system that I trade because of the volumes and so on, the logic behind it, the auction and so on. Now, if you have the situation which is the opposite, then you should test it. Have a look at the past 50 to 100 trades. If majority of them would end up worse because of the news, and you know that you should be closing your trades statistically, because your strategy, the way you trade and make decisions, do not work with the news releases, right? And in general, if you trade, and first personally, if I have a trade running when the important news come out, like CPI, for example, non-farm, rate decisions, and so on, like anything regarding the labor market on in the bigger scale, inflation, or like durable goods orders, for example, it's like something like this. When we are talking about the rate cuts and like decision about that, then I'm gonna move my stop loss to break even at least, maybe into profit, or preferably close my trade at all, because I'm not gonna hold my trades through this, which is out of my system, because my system is like to do this and this, and this is how I make my decision in trade, regarding the trade. If the news influence this, it's outside of the statistics. It's something that wasn't tested properly. So why would I hope that it's going to work out? Because you're not doing anything else than just hoping that the news are going to push the market into your direction. Especially if you are in a good percentage of profit already.
I think your microphone went dead.
Right now, can you hear me?
Now it's back.
So I was saying that why would you risk your whole profit just to get a couple of more ticks extra on the news? For me, it doesn't make any sense. Like I think trade news only in two situations. If your backtesting and statistics says that you are more profitable holding the trades through the news and not. And in the second case, if you are trading news based on your own analysis. So you actually have the table of, for example, the inflation, the interest rates, you analyze these things, you forecast for yourself what the number is going to be and what the price reaction will be, probability wise, and then you decide to take a trade based on this. Then it's a news release trade, right? I only see these two possibilities. Why would you hold the trades from the news without securing it, at least somehow? What do you think?
Definitely, I agree. So it particularly if you're getting knocked on news, and if you've got a trade in profit, right, and you know news is coming up, just take the profit, right? You don't need to try and gamble it, just like Anastasia was saying, unless you've actually done the work, done the prior preparation to have some kind of input as to where you're seeing the release actually coming out at. Then you should just stand aside. And the same thing as Anastasia said, echoing that, if you've done the prior work with testing or else forward testing, it actually lends itself to your strategy, your approach, and it's assistive, then great. But if you're finding that it's blowing you out and stuff, just exit the trades before the news. Either look that up manually, or else there's also EAs and that kind of stuff that you can get, which will automatically cancel, close all your trades, all your open orders, everything just before news events there. So that's what I would say. You don't need to gamble on news, right? Always better to take the profit there, wait for the news to come out, and then trade the aftermath, right? It's a better way to go. Some guys asking about gold. We went over gold a couple of times now. We can touch on it quickly. It's not doing too much overall. We've had this drive back higher, but we're just into the center of the range now. We were saying earlier the overall structure on gold has been a bit terrible the past little while. Both of us have a general lean to the downside ultimately for gold. It's just a question of where do you get in, how do you position the trade, because the interim structure is it's not great. I mean, just look at all this. It's terrible. So general bias to the downside for gold, in simple terms. And yeah, Anastasia was saying with that as well, just move your stop to break even or into slight profit, and you might get, depending how far you are away from current spot price when the news comes out, you might get a little bit of slippage, but then at least at worst, you're at break even or a minor loss rather than taking the full loss. And then you've still got the potential chance of the upside if news does favor your prior direction. Then you still get that optionality as well.
Yeah, but also I think it's a decision regarding how far are you from your target? Because if you are really close to your target, then why would you risk all the percentage of the profit that you have through the news?
Exactly. Yeah.
You are really close, I would just close it manually and get out of the position. If, of course, I have another 50% of the profit running, or I'm it's a big potential that the price can make, move the price can make, and I know that the news are gonna come out most likely, most probably in my favor, then I'm gonna move my stop loss to break even or in profit because of the slippage, and I'm gonna hold it. But if I'm getting very close to the target, I'm not gonna risk the whole profit that I've already made for a couple of extra ticks of the potential gain, because it just mathematically doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Precisely. I am considering, even though we're just talking about gold being rubbish, I am considering a short from here, just on a very small position, because I don't like gold at all.
I'm actually also considering short because it's in my zone right now. It's literally in my area of short. Yeah.
So I think I might even just go at spot here. I mean, my only then question is like breaking the lows from yesterday. I don't know. That doesn't look amazing, but.
And the strong 30-minute candle also doesn't look amazing, to be honest.
Yeah. I'm going to take a chance on it, just on a small trade. Only 0.3% risk. So I'm going to plant the stop just above here, about 64 will go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just give me half a sec and I will turn.
How about 61 to 65 zone and goal to find the sell? You mean based on the Fibonacci? I'm not really 100% sure what you are talking about. If you're talking about the Fibonacci, then the question is, where are you taking it from? Right? It's in my sell zone, but it's not based on the Fibs, it's based on the volume. So if you place your volume profile over this whole move to the downside, that's where the price is going to most likely react. Come on. That's a point of control of it. That's a value area low. We are trying to react. We are still holding the value area low, which I don't really like, but we are rejecting the point of control of it. There is a small consolidation here. We had a fake out to the upside from this consolidation. We did break to the downside afterwards. So in my personal opinion, we do have quite a big chance of going down from here. I just don't like the 30-minute candle strengths. Like, what the heck is that? I mean, if you look at the 30-minute candle, 30-minute structure, it's like it doesn't look neither bullish or bearish, to be honest with you, because we did reject the point of control of this consolidation and the value area low. We come into the value area high. Even if I take the sell, the chances are we're going to get stuck here. So the structure on gold is actually really, really not good. I really don't like it currently. What range are you using for the volume profile? I don't really understand the question. If you're asking about the settings, then the settings are the ticks per row, one second, that's the wrong settings actually, because I do use normally the futures. So the correct settings are the ticks per row size 1, total volume, value area 70, as it's usually left, volume profile enabled, value area high, value area low, point of control, eventually developing point of control on the indicators. If you are talking about the range, it depends on the situation. So it's a difficult question on how to place the volume profile. You can place it, for example, one of the ways to place it is from the last swing high to the last swing low. So from the you measure basically, or measure, you want to call check how the volume was distributed over the impulsive move, and then from the big volume areas throughout this impulsive move, you determine the size of the corrective move. So if you place the volume profile over this whole impulsive move to the downside, and we count on the correction and then the trend continuation, then I'm gonna place my volume profile like this. I'm gonna determine this zone right here, and I'm gonna see this zone as a size of the correction before the continuation to the downside. So that's one of the ways of using volume profile. Yeah, gold is trying to reject, but looks not really too good. You're back.
I am back.
Did you go to take an energy drink?
Hey.
Did you go to take?
I just went and filled up. Yep.
Yeah.
In my
I
cafe.
yesterday I drank. I think I need to cut the caffeine specifically in my life, because I drank 4 coffees, so 4 espressos, and then another energy drink with another 2 espressos inside. So that's 6 espressos in the bottle. I woke up today, and the coffee holds water.
Yeah.
I swear I woke up today like a balloon, and I'm like, what? I actually really should cut this. 6 espresso is probably slightly too much.
Inflated. Just inflated, yeah.
Probably 6 is a little too much.
No, I've tried to cut down on my caffeine as well. Because I used to have, I take pre-workout in the morning. So I get a caffeine kick there, then sort of have a coffee sort of midday at some point, and then energy drink after that. And sort of just roll the caffeine into the next bit, and then sort of just try and space it out so the half-life of the caffeine sort of comes off just before I go to sleep. But no, I'm just onto coffee and 1 energy drink a day now, so need a bit of a reset.
Yeah, I need to cut it for now and see how, because I had a period when I didn't drink coffee for 1.5 months. I didn't really see the difference, so I came back to coffee. But I mean, there is a difference if you take it, if you get 2 cups of a day, 3 cups per day, and 6 cups per day.
Yeah, yeah. And the trouble is as well, you start building up tolerance, right? And then you got to add another cup and another cup and another cup, right? So you need those resets.
Griffin is asking, do I always set the minimal size stick for volume profile? Isn't automatic one better? I don't think it's better, because if you place the automatic, wait a second, I don't even think you can, first of all, place an automatic in TradingView. Secondly, yes, I do, because the correct way of displaying the volume profile is to display 1 level of volume per every single tick. Right, so whenever you have a tick, it's showing you how much volume was traded and this specific price level, which is a tick, at this specific period of time. So if you place an automatic one, or you place, for example, the number of rows instead, it's going to show you a volume, but not always correctly 100%. The same if I would place, for example, here like this, it would show me general areas, but not the precise areas of the volume where is a big, what is the exact price level that I'm looking to trade from or to exit from. So the correct way of displaying it normally is 1 tick per row, but because different instruments here calculate, apologies for that, you have different calculation of it. Then sometimes for CFDs and forex, you need to adjust. I'm looking at you. Sorry for that. You need to adjust the tick size. So, for example, if I go to the XEU-USD, the CFD one, then if I place one per tick size, it's just not gonna tick per row. It's not gonna load because the calculation is different, and it's gonna be such an amount of data that it's just not gonna be able to process it. So for XEU-USD, I place 100 instead of one, but it's still displayed in a correct way. So what you want to get, if you want to see this kind of volume profile, the smooth, where every single level of the price has a separate volume line visualization. That's it.
There you go. Brilliant stuff. Oh, my chat is scrolled way up. That makes sense. How you doing, Matthew? How you doing? Rahul, I went to make the gold trade work. Yeah. Praise for the gold trade, exactly. That's it. We'll see if that does come through. I mean, other than the potential shorts still looking for on the majors, as of where we are right now, I'm not seeing much else. So I'm willing to take the gold short for now, just to put some more stuff on the board. Euro dollar did hit where we based before is where I've got it's the top of the VWAP for me. Unfortunately, I can't show you guys that because it's on my C Trader. It's like a custom indicator I made, so I don't have it on TradingView.
That's a very interesting question. Joel is asking, if you had taken the gold trade, would you actively manage it or let it play out, given the risk to reward? More broadly, do you see the trade management as generally beneficial or counterproductive? I think it's different for different strategies and different people. Now, I'm going to show this as an example. I'm going to explain this based on example from yesterday's trades for gold. So yesterday I had 2 trades for gold, one here and one here, both for a buy, right? Well, technically, yeah, no, I'm lying. One here and one right here when the market reopened. And both of them, in fact, ended up hitting my break-even after the PT having a very good profit on the plate, so on the line. In this case, if I would manage it, I would get quite a good profit for the past 24 hours, only on those 2 trades, not talking about euro trade, for example, which ended up exactly like this. So also hitting my break even after barely missing my target. Like I had 30% of the target potentially up to the upside. So in this case, if I would manage the trade, I would probably get more profits. Normally, statistically, for me personally, I shouldn't be touching my trades. So it's either break even or target, or well, if it's running already, and I can add to the positions and move my stop loss accordingly to the added size of the position. In this sense, then yesterday's and today's gold trades are just a part of the system that sometimes it's obviously better to manage it, but the question is, statistically, what is going to be bringing you more profits and more results? For me, is not touching it. For you, maybe it's different. I would say look at the stats. But I, in general, do not touch my trades besides adding to the position actively and moving my stop loss accordingly to the added volume. What's your opinion on that, Alday?
Yeah, so similar to I do manage my trades a bit. It's going to depend on what the outlook is. So if I've got a higher level of confidence in the trade, I will manage it more, right? If I have a low level of confidence, I'll just say, no, that's the area I've picked. That's where I see invalidation, and I'm not going to try and force the trade, right? So I think management of a trade can be really good on a good trade. It can be really bad on a bad trade because you can end up forcing
Yeah.
trying to force the trade by moving stops up or adjusting this or adjusting that, or adding, often as well adding to a trade as it's continuing to lose, right? And not accepting that no, the price is telling you your trade idea is invalid, it's running the other way, you're not catching a bottom, you're trying to catch a falling knife, and then it runs right through your hand, right? So I think that's kind of the piece there. The other point with that is, on the similar kind of vein, is that you can kind of get in your own way. Same deal where you might have outlined something and you had the stop higher. Sometimes actually pulling those stops down, trying to reduce your risk because you're trying to be, safe or sensible or rational or reasonable, which does sound really good. But you can get some kind of whipsaw or like a headline come through, you get knocked out, and then as soon as you get knocked out, the price moves right down. So now you want to re-enter the trade and you're at a worse level. And then you've gone from having a really good trade, like a B plus, A minus, A type setup, to turning it terrible to like a C grade trade. Right. So I think just be selective. I think it's always better to do the prior prep for the trade. Define what you're looking at, define where all the levels are, and then from that, decide prior to taking the trade, is this something that you should be managing, rather than deciding post taking the trade and then trying to move things around and adjust stuff, right? So try and scale it out first, and then you managing the trade is either going to be within what you expected. If it's not in your prior expectations, then probably just leave it and accept the loss if you hit stop. If you hit target, great. That's sort of where I would put things.
Yeah, I agree. Looking at AUD/USD right now. Gold is indeed falling from the same zone here.
Yeah.
Marked up. So I'm gonna leave it for a moment. Australian dollar is trying to reverse. Didn't reach 65,200 just yet. It's trying to pull back to the weekly point of control for me, but it still seems like it's gonna most likely reject it. Same with euro, they are pulling back to the upside. If I'm gonna open euro chart, they both are pulling back higher for euro and AUD, but I really don't like this kind of rejections when we have no wicks here, and with AUD, it's even worse because we can't even cover the previous. It's not even an engulfing candle. At least with a euro USD, it's kinda engulfing candle to the upside. This one is showing the weakness still, so we tried to push higher. The buyer stepped in, pushed the price until 65,300, and it's now trying to drop back again. So yeah, still not convinced about those buys.
Yeah, I think still a bit more downside. I think the euro got that extra little kick, like you're talking about, because the pound had another slight attempt at the highs, and then sort of came back a bit. As far as the Aussie dollar, yeah, I definitely want to see that further downside. I think there's a little bit more in it. It's not much, right? We're somewhere between 65.20 and 65.10 at the extreme. The 50-day moving average is at 65.10 at the moment. And then that's also 65.20 is where the sort of pivot point, or at least the S1 for the pivots is at today.
Someone was asking about using pivot points for the forex. What's your opinion on that? Because
I love
some long time ago, but it's been a very long time, and I didn't really get it at that point.
Yeah, I love pivot points. Depending, there's a lot of ways there's various calculations for pivot points as well. That's also something you have to recognize. Definitely on currencies, they're very nice. But if I bring it up here, even we can see on gold, I'll bring up my chart. So they sort of give you a good picture of the sort of expected move for the day and sort of where that mid-level is, the sort of first point of call for the upside, the downside, and then the extensions beyond that. So typically in a general day, without any kind of news catalyst or something like that coming through, or some distinct break of structure of the larger technical structure on, say, a 4-hour, 1 hour, or daily time frame, you'll tend to play between where the central pivot point is, the R1 and the S1. And it's not always going to be, especially on something like gold, it's not going to be a perfect level that it perfectly caps price or something. But it'll give you a good visualization of the ATR for that day, for instance. So we can see right here, this is about that midpoint for gold. See just up here, we went to the R1, we came back down, the S1, and then reversed, right? So it's once you get to that area, it's basically a point to consider reversal of price. That, or if you see a convincing break, you go to the next level. So if we go over to something like the euro, a little bit clearer. So we've hit this S1 for today. You take the pivot point and combine it with something else. So you can look at the prior levels adjacent to the left, or else combine it with the volume profiles like Anastasia likes to use, or with like a VWAP or something like that. Once you find those clusters, it's just, again, one of those pieces that you can add up further components to give you an idea of some kind of trade structure. But yeah, it's all going to be based on the opening price, the high, low, close from the prior day.
That's how it's calculated. So it's calculated on the previous day's levels, price action levels. Okay.
Yeah. So it's basically an extension of it's another way of looking at like an ATR, what you can expect. And then obviously it's taking the prior day, say that day you have a massive run, the next day is going to calculate that in there, now pricing in higher expected volatility, and thus it'll give you a good range to work with. So we can see how like the S2 comes in roughly at that 116.40 level, which we're looking for down here. That was the first sort of point I was looking at, just a touch above that, 116.75. We got the S1 there at 72. So, and hence with the pound as well, we can see here my initial target, that T0.5, is just here by the pivot point for the pound for today. And generally, most days, you'll always get some kind of pullback and at least a touch on the pivot, right? That's kind of basically just the neutral area for price. So you can see today we've traded above it the entire day. So that's why I'm looking for that move back down to the pivot. You've got that cluster to the left of support there with that lower wick. And then you've got some levels beyond that. And where the S1 is roughly by my T3. So I got the T2 and T3 around there as well. This is not the cleanest example, I will say, as far as the pound for today, but that's because of some of the moves we've had recently. Like we've been talking about, the structure across the market is a little bit interesting right now.
Yeah.
My trading view going to load? There we go. What was that, sorry?
What's your opinion on PPI today?
PPI, I mean, the main thing to look for is going to be any of those input costs continuing to rise. Because that's basically that inflation component that we have seen run a bit hotter of recent. And it's then a debate of how much is that being tariff induced, and a further question of will that accelerate? Much of it has been hasn't quite showed up as far as the tariff effects because people pulled forward so many inventories prior to Trump actually placing the tariffs in. Because it was very, very well telegraphed. Everyone knew what's happening. Everyone knows the playbook. So all those inventories being brought forward, they've got them at a lower price, so they can keep the same price inputs. But gradually, companies are running down through those inventories and then having to build that up again at a higher input price. So yeah, the forecast numbers are definitely higher. How much higher than the forecasts they are? So they're higher than the prior, but how much higher than the expected forecast today? I'm not sure, because we haven't really seen that kick through. I think there is still a bit more time on the cards before the inflation effects actually come in. And that goes back to even the first Trump administration. It was about 16 months before we actually saw those input costs really take effect. So if we think about the time now, it hasn't been that long, even though it feels like it's been forever, because we've been dealing with stuff every single day for the past couple of months now, and right? But so I would expect roughly around the forecast prices for today, to be honest.
So that's also why you're looking for the short on pound.
Yeah. So if they come in line, it'll be stronger, so long as you've got a higher probability that they come in higher rather than lower, right? So hence that would lean into the dollar strength overall. So you've either got neutral or slightly higher. It's very, very, very unlikely for it to be lower at all. So you've got a slight asymmetric outcome there. Pound yen. Have you looked at any of the other yen crosses?
No, I don't trade any yen crosses. So actually,
I know you were saying yesterday, but I mean,
the only reason I ever look at the yen crosses is for our audience. That's it.
Fair.
I'm gonna have a look at it now.
Just because we have had the moves in the dollar yen because of that repricing the Fed, and then that's induced that cross correlation for the other yen pairs to really come off pretty heavily. I was saying earlier in ABL, if you're going to long any yen cross, don't long the dollar yen, because it's very susceptible to weakness right now, and it'll probably have outsized downside, whereas the others will be a bit more robust or have more back and forth. I would be very hesitant in jumping into longs on any of the other yen pairs at the moment, though. So whether it's pound yen, euro yen, or yen, just until the completed move of the dollar yen shift has played out. So you would expect the other yen pairs to move slightly less in total pips than the dollar yen, but that cross correlation will also drag them down at the same time. So obviously you've got some, if you want to lean on certain key levels, that's fair and valid. Right now I'd probably be looking, I wouldn't get long from here, but preferably I'd short from a bit higher, so about 199.30 as far as the pound yen right now, and then see for that to come down back into this old cluster through here. So that's about 198.30 down there. So that's about a 100-point range, but I would not bet on this coming higher and then running back just yet. Particularly if we do get pound dollar finally finding that top and rotating, you'll see that pound portion also spread over to the greater pound index and the other pound cross markets and come off. So I was
looking at the stuff it sells on USD/JPY yesterday, and I did actually miss it. I didn't take the trade because I wasn't having enough confirmations. Well, technically, I was looking at the buy on 6J, which is a Japanese yen futures contract right here. So that's literally where I was looking for a buy. I didn't get enough confirmations for this one, and the price had run up. I am expecting some kind of reversal right now as well until the previous, at least here, the previous lows, the previous highs at this 68,365. Slight reversal for the dollar yen specifically. I'm also not expecting really much of the reversal to the upside for now. I would expect it to continue lower. So from the same zone that you were saying before, we are trying to reject this area, but I don't really see enough strength coming in the UJ so far. So I would be continuing to look at those levels, the same zone as before, lower or all the way here until 144,700, 144,470 as a main target.
144.70, did you say?
Yeah.
Or is that on my chart?
Lower.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, lower. Yeah. What we're sort of contending with right now, we've got this so this was a trend line that we've had from way back now. This goes back to April, that we'd spoken about a number of times, back on ABL, back on the 5ers a long time ago. As we basically tapped into it several times, and this has been that kind of test point for dollar yen. If we end up running through that, we sort of collapse back to 140, and then you've got the potential running right off into the 130s. And if you guys recall a little bit ago as well, Dirk and I were doing some modeling with the dollar yen as far as the sort of fair value pricing that is more realistic as far as the current rates and overall business outlook right now. And so that is far lower back into the sort of 120s from here. So the question was always, how soon would the Fed start cutting rates? And then that starts to accelerate that cycle. The portion as to why the dollar yen is way priced outside of that kind of fair value type range is due to the carry trade. So you've got the yen basically at zero interest rates, and you've got the higher Fed interest rates, which means you can buy the currency, hold it, and get paid that interest every single day. Add a bit of leverage, and now you're getting quite a good return just from holding the currency. Everyone starts to jump on that train, and then you get the carry coming through interest, and you also get the upside from the pip movement on the currency as well. So once you see an unwind of that, and that starts to reverse, the currency has to get repriced, and the further and further that comes down, everyone starts exiting these carry trades and goes, okay, that was fun, now the music's up, and it unwinds very quickly. So this is kind of that point we're contending with here. Once you start falling through that, we've just got massive downside to run off. So we're not in that capitulation phase just yet. Probably have to come further to the Fed rate cut, and some of their comments around cutting rates, what else they're seeing on top of that for it to really capitulate. That or else the next jobs number, if it comes out poorly, something like that, which would accelerate the move. But overall, we're definitely back into that sell the rallies type situation. The one point that we did have, I'll go back to a 4 hour, that's a bit easier to see. And I'll turn off the pivots. It was a bit chaotic. There's still a lot of lines and things drawn on here from the past, so I'll have to clean up that chart as well. But you guys can see, if I get rid of that, this is the area where we did come out of it temporarily. And that was when everyone was shifting to, no, Fed does need to cut rates. We're getting a bit of weakness. Then we had some of the CPI numbers come in pretty in level. We had some other good bits and pieces of data for the US, and then hence the Fed was still highlighting that, look, the economy looks pretty good. were still running pretty warm. And then that was when we flipped that idea completely, and we went to possibly no Fed cuts this year at all, or at the very most one in December. So we rode that train right up. We had the bad payroll number collapsed. Now we've got further confirmation that rate cuts are likely to come in, and we're continuing that downdraft. So yeah, short rallies on dollar yen for the time being, guys. And so hence with the other yen crosses, don't get caught out trying to fade any of the dips, get the retracement, and then you get killed.
Yeah. We had a request about the DAX index. I'm going to quickly shift my screen.
Yeah, go to the DAX.
So regarding the DAX, we've been rejected basically from the same areas of the previous range already from the beginning of July. We've been testing this 24,000, 23,950 levels. And then from another side, 24,400, 24,500, 600 areas. So we've tested it once again. The price has come outside of this range, came back to the volume of this range, rejected afterwards, came to the same lows, and now we are going back higher. Considering there are potential rate cuts as well, they are in the US, but their economies are intertwined. I'm looking for the continuation to the upside on DAX for the current moment being. We broke those areas here of the volume as well. The levels that I was looking at is 24,200, 24,130 area. So this has been the range that the price has been in for a while. And right now, in the beginning of the day, we also were able to go back outside. If we test, there are two scenarios that I can see. If we test 24,200, I'm going to be looking for a buy, or from the current levels, I also see the potential of the price going higher. Obviously, I would prefer the price to go a little bit lower, to take it right here around 24,210, 24,200, and then towards 24,500 areas here, back higher. And on the other hand, that's actually what I would prefer, because we have the value area high here. The price is rejecting it. I do think we're gonna get a pullback still slightly. The higher risks would be just to take it by market into the same area, but I am long on DAX.
I would agree. I see longs on DAX at the minute. I'm pretty sure I've said to you guys before, I prefer trading the US indices if I'm going to pick one. But yeah, the DAX at the minute definitely looking good. We had that pump higher basically after the pound data came out pretty good. So obviously, even though Europe and Britain have kind of broken up after Brexit, they still do a lot of trade, obviously. So Britain's doing a bit better. Those numbers come out good. That's better for trade overall with Europe as well. So hence, you got that influence there. And that's why the US indices are not showing the same thing. But yeah, I think the structure is quite good.
We are live, by the way, from Monday till Thursday, not yet on Friday. So from Monday to Thursday, today is the last day of the week. Next time you're going to catch us on Monday. And make sure that you hit this like button, please, because it's a small gesture for you. For you, it's a big thing for our live stream, because the YouTube algorithm will keep suggesting us to the fellow traders as well. So please make sure to hit the like button if you're enjoying the stream, if you're getting value. And make sure to invite here your colleagues, your friends who trade as well, so we can grow our community too, all together.
Indeed. And the more you guys smash that like button, you get closer to giveaways and stuff as well. So that's sort of how that runs. So you keep punching it, we'll get some giveaways going also. Fridays are coming, by the way, I think, at some point. Not just yet, but it's in the works. So, but for now, Monday.
If you're going to have the big demand for this, of course, the Fridays are coming. So it's up to you guys. Yeah. It's totally up to you. If you're coming to the live streams, if you're actively commenting, if you're smashing the like button, if you're inviting other people, if you're participating in giveaways and challenges, then Of course, Fridays are going to be there because what we do here is we do what you guys want, what you guys enjoy. We are here for you on this live streams as well. So Fridays are going to come as soon as we see the demand for it. And we're going to be there as well 5 days a week for you.
Yeah. How do the giveaways work? It sort of changes now and again because, it's sort of just to keep it interesting, keep it lively, that kind of stuff. But typically you guys will get, you'll have plenty of, I don't know, what's the word? Pre-warning, I guess, for when the giveaways do come through and how that works. Normally Jonatan, who jumps in here, sort of handles that stuff. So it's often up to him. But yeah, you guys will get plenty of pre-warning. Don't worry when they do come through. But yeah, tune in and you'll find out. So ASMR for tingles.
That's a difficult question.
Okay, well, what about the if you had to try and put it into like a 30-second, dot point summary of your general approach, I guess.
If I would just explain it without actually showing it, it would definitely fit in 30 seconds. I mean, I use the volume profile, high volume areas, and the TPO to define the areas of my interest on the high time frames. On the 30-minute time frame, I wait until the price comes into this area and wait for the rejection and the shift in the volumes on the 30 minutes to see if the price is continuing the movement to the upside or to the downside, right? The trend movement, or it's the reversal from the same zone of the volume. And then on the 5-minute, I use order flow, cumulative delta, imbalances, stacked imbalances, and finished auction. And the cluster statistics to determine the momentum, the activity of buyers and sellers in the moment, and to time the entry.
There you go.
What about you, Jose? Because I can feel that there is much more complicated system for you to make a decision.
Yeah, look, so for me, I trade a few different sort of approaches at the same time, right? So I've got somewhat of a scalp setup, which is just based on like a stochastic on the short-term time frames, like on the 1 minute to 5 minute, combined with simple moving averages. So I'll have like a 10, 50, 100, and 200, and you kind of push them, get to a point of extension, and then pull back into those moving averages and then move again. So that would be the scalping outlet. The majority of my trades are sort of intraday or session to session. So typically I'll be holding them, I think on average it's about 2.5 hours. So some of them might be about an hour and a half and others up to 4 hours or so like that. With those, I'm typically looking for the key levels that we've traded between on that day. You look to the left of the chart with any of the main sort of order blocks or swing lows or swing highs. And I'll typically piece that with the pivots like we were talking about before, which gives me an idea of the ATR. I will run some of the moving averages there just to give me an idea of price momentum. And then I'll look at a standard deviation of the past 120 bars on a 15-minute time frame and try and target each of those standard divs. So from the midpoint and then one standard div below, two standard divs below. Once you're getting beyond that, I would look for reversals of the trade. The other piece I add is sometimes a VWAP to basically look at the volume and see where the majority of price is traded through a given period. If that's to the start of the week, the past 2 weeks, etc. Or often if it's intraday, then I'll look from the start of the session. And then I basically look for price to come back into that primary cluster area where the majority of volume liquidity is. So essentially what I'm doing is waiting for price to run outside of that, make an extended move and kind of fade price back into that neutral zone time and time again. So it's a bit of a mean reversion type stuff generally. The final one that I have is like the swing trades, which will be, finding those kind of extremes either at a top and we fully gassed out. I'll put a bit of macro and fundamental stuff into this to figure that out with a entire trend shift as far as central banks, whereas the Fed or whatever currency you're trading. It might be the Reserve Bank of Australia, Bank of England, ECB, something like that. Find those distinct portions and then trade end to end. So yeah, that's the 30-second view.
That's complicated. That's a very complex.
I don't know. Yours is complicated too. Like, come on.
I'm just trying to put it very simple, in simple words.
likewise. To be fair. Where are my trades at? I haven't had a look actually.
Yeah,
Aussie
gold
dollar
is
still.
no. Gold isn't going anywhere much.
No.
Neither is pound.
Neither is pound. Neither is euro. Aussie has wandered down a touch, but that's it.
I'm most likely going to wait for the PPI to be released and then check the market again, because this situation is just testing my nerves.
Yeah.
And like, why would you why would I get stuck in this? I'm like, no. I'm probably going to skim the couple of next hours, to be honest with you.
PPI and week-on-week employment claims as well, because they've come back in line.
Yeah,
but it will be a bit more important now after those poor jobs revisions. There'll just be an extra eye, there's looking towards that stuff as well. Mike is coming. Ahmed, he'll be around in I think 15 minutes or something, for the later session. So, but yeah. We'll jump over to pound as well, just to give you guys another look. Still trade.
so this is your pound. Yeah, it's still pound. It's also not going anywhere. I think it's going to consolidate until the PPI release, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think so as well. We've had that, obviously we had the good data today. I do have that general tilt for the PPI. More probable than not for it to be worse, aka higher prices. So that's worse as far as what the Fed wants and what you want for the economy right now. So therefore that would give that inducement for pound to come off. So I probably will be happy to hold this. I have moved those stops up from where we originally started, so I'm now at about 0.8% risk on that. But it's nothing too crazy. Got the tops there. Yeah, there's not too many other trades about just yet. So just like you're saying, probably wait for the PPI and stuff to flush out, and then see if there's something there. With what I have on the cards now, I'll probably just hold it. I think that's.
I'm looking at the same zone from the high time frame, the purple zone that you have on the chart. I think it's from the high time frame, right? That you're looking for the reversal. I've had exactly the same zone. The only things that I don't like is the fact that it's just hanging there.
Maybe the 4 hour.
Yeah. I'm looking at the 4 hour. Well, yeah.
Yeah. So just up through there. Which you go and look at the 4 hour.
Yeah.
It does appear we need some kind of pullback. Because we've sort of digested all the really good pound news. That's why we've held so strong up here. We've consolidated. But it's hard to then justify further highs once we've already got all of that.
Yeah. Statistically, PPI also usually come out the opposite to the CPI. Well, the reaction of the market, let's say like this, usually comes out the opposite to the CPI. So that would make complete sense, because it's kind of like they're over, let me find the word. That reevaluation of the numbers that are going to come out. Because the CPI and PPI are mostly in line, but CPI gets initial reaction, PPI gets an reevaluation of the initial reaction. Of the investors and.
Yeah, exactly.
Gold is still reacting from my short zone, but it's it's reacting so poorly. On the 5 minute time frame, it's barely moving.
Yeah,
That
it's right at flat where I entered. It was over here at the top
yeah.
there. Yeah. I think if you start to go out to, like, the 1 hour is now just sitting here. I think if we get this tick over, start the next 1 hour bar, and then drive down, I think that'll look pretty good. That, and then the 4 hour is looking undecided, actually. I was going to say reasonable, but still a bit undecided, to be fair. So got a message from Shubham.
Let me check. About to clear phase 2, just 3 good trades, and we'll be funded again with the 5ers. Well done, well done. I know that you've. It's been a long journey, let's say like this, from the last funded that you got. So proud of you. Super happy to see that. Just don't rush it. Not the best week, not the easiest. Let's say like this, like not the cleanest. So don't rush it. Take it easy. Remember that if you pass it in the beginning of the next week somewhere, it's more than enough, right? It's great.
Yeah.
Usually what kills a lot of traders as well in their progress is that it's like last couple of percentage
Yeah.
and last couple of trades, and you're like, okay, I want to do it today, I want to pass it today, so tomorrow I start trading on my funded already. And then this rush and this incapability of waiting usually comes out as a loss of the whole account. So don't do this. Don't do the mistake that we've all done before.
Yeah, I've done that before as well. Or when you're like, 0.2% or something off.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, where's the tiny trade that can just, put it in now and take off, and then you're trying to force something and runs against you, and now you're down.
Yeah, there's like a couple of $100 left.
Yeah.
On your like a 100K account, just a couple of $100. You're like, oh come on, just like I can take anything, anything. I don't even need to wait for the setup. Just let me take the trade that is moving in the trend, and that's it. And then the moment you do it, it reverses, and then you end up needing to make another 1-2% of your account. And
exactly. You're like, oh, I just need 6.
Again.
It's fine.
Yeah.
You enter the trade, it comes up 2 or 3, and then reverses, and now down 10, and you're like, oh, I got to scrap it, and then it's terrible. That's good, Ahmed. Yes, good level, mate. Hopefully we push through with this. But I think this is pretty reasonable trade for today as far as gold. I would say if we did push up to here, that would completely invalidate the downside for me, at least as far as today, like intraday, and fair shot we keep running from that point. So
for me the same. If we run higher, it's completely invalidating the short ID for today.
Yeah,
it's still in my sell zone right now, so.
Indeed.
For the rest, I don't really see anything else, to be honest with you.
No.
DAX is not moving anywhere. I think everything is going to be stuck approximately until the PPI.
Yeah, exactly. And same with, pound dollar, just sort of doing nothing.
Yeah.
Not really keeping on. We're not quite making highs, or we've had a few. We are sitting in this higher portion. But we're not exactly kicking on at all. Every time we do get up here, we're getting sold off. So see how this goes.
Okay, LJ, I'm gonna have to leave you for the last 10 minutes before Mike comes on.
That's all right. No problem. That's all good. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for joining me, keeping me company. It's been good.
Thank you so much. Thank you for keeping the company in this boring market.
Yeah, exactly.
I do hope we're going to get some moves after the PPI and the market is going to get more stabilized for the next week. So I'll see you next week. Thank you so much for the company. Guys, thank you so much. Remember to protect your accounts on the PPI. Don't rush it. And I'll see you on next Wednesday.
Wonderful. Update us then.
Thank you
See you
so
later.
much. JC.
Ciao. Alrighty, guys. And then there was one. Now we just got me here, all my lonesome. But don't worry. Mark and the other guys will be joining shortly. So ran stuff out till past. So if you guys got any other bits and pieces you want me to check over, have a look at, that we can run through. We've sort of touched on the majority of pieces through the stream already, because everything's kind of in the same kind of boat. You know, there's no clear large pictures on anything right now, but trader, mate, you just got just the trader name, just trader. I like it. TP on gold. So like I was saying earlier when I took the trade with Anastasia, the TP is kind of the hard point for me to figure out right now. So if we get a test down here of these bottoms, this kind of cluster area through here, that'd be ideal. Obviously, we've got this. That's not straight at all. Let's at least do a better attempt. Oh, okay, that's right. So we got that level there. Obviously, the prior sort of swing low we made, just after opening Europe, London, I guess. And then you've got this kind of interim position through here. So I think if we ran through here, we would get a bit further, but you might stop at the base of these candles here on a 15-minute, because there doesn't seem a large amount of impulse to one side or the other right now. So if we just get that slight drive down to about 33.46 or so, I'd possibly consider taking the trade there. This is not a big trade for me right now. It's only 0.3% risk. I've already got a couple of other trades on the board as well. But ultimately, it'll be a test of whether we can press that, come through to these lows in this area of liquidity that I've got mapped out with the purple box. And then ideally, you get some kind of push through there. And if we go back, the next major sort of point would be 33.10, right? Beyond this area we got mapped out already. So it's a very tentative one. It's not a high confidence trade at all for today. I do have the lean on gold to come lower. So that's why I've only taken a small position there. Camille, I'm in Queensland. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the one. Queenslander, baby. Sunshine State. There you go. What else have I missed? Where can I get a news feed? The news feed that we have here. If you're talking about the one on the side of the stream, that's basically a widget that we sort of built to show news. But your best bet is just either you go Google like this, just go news calendar, right? You know, trading economics, investing.com, FX Street isn't too bad as well. And then this will give you all the news through there. And it's basically kind of somewhat color coded to a degree. So basically, obviously red means high impact. They're, the bigger things that you need to keep an eye on. Orange being moderate impact, which depending on the business cycle and where you are, some of those pieces will be a bit more important. Obviously this as a totality though, you have to take all of it together, and those are kind of just the individual components. But yeah, so you can set the filters here. You got settings through there. You can put on sound alerts if you want to keep it up in the background. The filters here, you can then select the countries that are relevant. Whether you just want, you need the news from the majors. Maybe you don't need Ukraine or Switzerland or some of these others if you're not trading that or looking at it. And yeah, that's basically what you want there. As you can see, this is another one. I like the other FX Street calendar a little bit better. I also have calendars built into some of my brokerages and stuff that I mainly use. But as far as a one you can Google, FX Street is pretty good. So I run with that. Let me just adjust some of my trades because I've seen we've moved up a little bit. Just check on everything. I think the pound did just hit my stop. Yeah, it did. So I'm going to sit out now on that pound trade for the meantime, unless somehow we create, get some kind of impulsive run back from here, and this is a bit of an overshoot. What else? What would I use to take advantage of compound interest? In terms of, are we talking about compound interest? Like you're looking at an asset that has like an internal rate of interest that gets paid out, almost like you had a bank deposit or something like that, or are we talking about compounding like an account or something? Per you actually creating alpha and generating returns and seeing that compound, because those two things would be a little bit different. As far as compounding interest, I mean, markets are pretty good, like stock market, obviously. You get the upside as far as the capital increase of holding the stock. If you've got some, higher dividend paying stocks as well, you're going to get the interest there. Typically with stocks that are going to pay decent dividends, you're not going to see the same capital appreciation as far as the actual stock price, because how it's calculated is people are basically calculating out the dividend payouts as a portion of the total returns. So you don't see the same upside through that. Because once companies are at that stage of pumping out massive dividends, they're kind of mature as far as the value of the business. So the capital, the stock is going to be kind of peaked out, and now they're just like cash machines. So if you buy something on a slight dip with a good dividend then you can do pretty well. I mean, one of the long-term favorites is obviously like oil companies, that kind of stuff, which are pretty good. Oil and gas. Oil and gas are not going anywhere anytime soon, frankly. So you've still got options there. Might actually consider re-entering this pound trade. Yes, I probably will, actually. All right. Sorry, guys, just give me half a sec. Cool. Alrighty. Thoughts on Ethereum? All right, sure. We can do Ethereum. Just give me one moment. I just got a knock on my door, so hang on. It's probably my partner. All right, we're back. Wasn't my partner.
All right. What's up?
Knocked on the wrong door. Oh, hey, Jonatan. How we going?
Can you hear me?
Yes, going well, man. How you been?
Very good stuff. How's it going?
Good. We're market's a bit slow today. Anastasia and I were talking about. So I don't know what how you're going. If you had any trades up and running, or
Well, I got a few trades. I'm thinking we're not gonna do the regular ABL session. I'm thinking we're gonna do some live trading on gold. So guys, get your charts up. We're gonna do some live trading, and I need you guys help. We're gonna be trading together here, so I need your help in the comments section here to help me choose direction, choose TP, stop loss, all that fun stuff. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
I'm golden, hey. Oh,
Yeah.
Gross, dude. Gold is gross today, mate.
Okay, well,
I
let's
have
see.
taken this short. I have taken this short. It's just a small trade. We were talking about earlier about 0.3%. Anastasia was seeing the same, seeing some shorts. But we were both saying this. I mean, this price structure I've been trading is. I don't like it at all. Don't like it.
Let's. I'm gonna go into. I'm gonna see like everything I'm gonna do now. I'm gonna try to do it within MetaTrader. Okay, we'll see. Is get that ready. Okay, everyone. Let's see if I can get my screen up.
Yeah, do that.
Yep.
Oh
wow, I'm down in the corner. It looks like. So what happened there? All right, guys, what do you guys think? Are we thinking long or buy in gold? Did I just say long or buy? I mean long or short on gold. So I'm thinking here. I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna look at gold here from intraday perspective. And I'm thinking I want you guys' help in the comments section. Let's try to set a time perspective here, right? So let's think 1 or 2 hours ahead. Let's think 1 hour ahead. Where do we think gold is going to be trading within within the next hour? And from there we can start thinking about potential position. So what I'm looking at here is I'm looking at a gap to the upside on the lower time frames. So we got this little gap right here. And what I'm thinking, if we're looking at the lower time frames, I'm thinking if we break this structure here, we might come up and test this area right around this area. And we're seeing right now a ascending triangle right here. And if we get a break to the upside, I would think that there is a possibility of going up and testing this level right here. That's gonna be like my base case here. And then we want to look at the downside because we got some very clear levels to the downside as well. We have, if we break, we could look at this trend line first of all. So we add a trend line here, add some can add a resistance here. See that we have that ascending trend line right here, and if this pattern is not confirmed, or if this pattern is invalidated, we might want to look at that level as a potential target to the downside. So that's what I'm going to be working on here throughout the session. I'm trying to make up like what are the possible scenarios here that we have for gold. I think it's more likely to go to the downside because this is we see here the market had strong momentum, a lot of volatility coming from this level right here. It's leaving quite a large gap or an area, an untested area right here. And what's adding to the idea that this being a strong resistance and an area where price most likely is going to struggle is because this whole price range right here kind of covers the overall range of this whole pattern right here. So not only do we have an ascending triangle, but we also have that almost that full ascending triangle being created within a bigger resistance area. So that's also why we need a confirmation of a breakout. By the way, LJ, if you want to stay, you're free to stay, man.
Up
I
to you.
know
Do you
it's.
want me to stay? I'm happy to stay. It's up to you. Yeah.
Well, I can't tell you that I don't want you to stay. Obviously, I want you to stay, but that's
No,
completely up to you,
you
right?
can tell me to just rack off, just go away, get out of here. Who is this guy? Why are you still around? Go to bed. It's late.
Well,
You're in Australia. What are you doing?
yeah, I should probably go to bed, man. What time is it over at your place?
It's only 8:30. It's only 8:30. So for me, this is like I don't know what 3 p.m. You
All
know?
right.
I've been up since
Yeah.
10 today, but it's like late afternoon kind of for me, I guess.
Well, let us know in the comments. Do you guys want you want LJ to stay? Let me know in the comments. we'll let the audience decide that one. But of course, it's getting late for you, so you do it. That's completely up to you. What do you think
No,
about
I
this?
can-
What do you think about when we're trading? I know you're probably not trading a lot, on the very low time frame, like the 1 minute. Okay, so we got stay always. Yes, please stay. Yes, LJ should stay. I think we got the verdict is in. Of course, we want you to stay. And
I'll
we
stay for a
got
bit, and
someone
then
saying
I'll
LJ.
get some dinner soon. So
Get someone saying LJ needs his beauty sleep.
yeah.
I think this is a nice way of saying they want you to leave.
This is
So,
it's like when the emperor is like, live or die. That's
Yeah,
what we got
exactly.
now.
It's like this. So what I'm looking at here is I think the path of least resistance for gold is to the downside. So right now I'm looking at a potential short opportunity, and we could have our confirmation with this one right here. Now, if you look at the behavior of price when we're hitting this resistance right here, we have a rejection right here, another low time frame rejection right here. So you can see that the box that I have drew here is encapsulating all the rejections, but this one right here is happening lower than the other ones, and so we can compare it with this one. Now I can't really go in deep on the analysis here because price is moving, and I kind of want to. I need to make up my mind on where to. I'm gonna risk 1%. No, I'm not, because this is on the high 100k account. I'm not gonna risk 1% on this one. I'm gonna risk 0.25%. So yeah, okay. So I'm going short right now because it's confirming. Let's go. I'll go trading that. Okay. Why is it not working? Why is it not working? I had this issue before. This is a new account.
You've got it turned on.
Okay, so this is a new account. Is it too new? I gotta check this out. Anyway, the idea here is, as you can see,
No idea.
I'm gonna see if I can figure it out.
I'm still short from here, so I'm definitely leaning to that short side. Because I think if we do get up from here, that's going to be like the end of any kind of downside. I would see a continuation up, but I've still got that lean to the downside. So I jumped in short at 57, just here.
Yeah, and I mean, you see quite clearly here that the the ascending triangle idea is now completely invalidated. And I think actually, you know what? Because of the fact, if I can't trade on this account, why should I have MetaTrader up anyway? So let's just move to trading view instead, so I can show you the whole kind of breakdown the idea here, because I think it's a very clean and clear idea where you can get a good example of how you can kind of like try to get a read for price action, and then figure out what's the current behavior of price action. And so what I did first is I looked at two potential levels for gold to move to within a span of 1 hour. That could be the next 5 minutes or 15 minutes or the next hour. And then I looked at, okay, so if price moves up with added momentum, where might we see a top on that move? And then if price moves down, where could we potentially find support on that move? So first level I added was around that level. And then the second one was on this level right here. And then we could see that if I'm going to use the replay tool here to really try to illustrate my point here. So we added
it could
a
actually
level.
be that, the one-click trading.
Yeah, I think because I just logged into this, so I just logged into this account on a newly fresh installed MetaTrader, so everything's fresh. So there's
yeah, I'd say try the one-click trading because often EAs do need that, right? To just execute
right.
that market.
Okay.
Yeah.
I usually have that on, so maybe that's the issue. But I won't be able, I'm not going to enter a trade on this anyway until we hit any of the levels outlined. So let's I'm just going to break this down and I'll show you what my next opportunity is. Okay, so we have this ascending triangle here, and this looks, if you look at this from a completely isolated perspective, you would say, okay, this looks pretty good. Maybe if we have a breakout, maybe, you know, a 1 minute candle closing above the level, maybe a 1 minute candle opening and closing to get that extra confirmation. That's completely up to you, you know, the viewers, how you want to like what type of confirmation you're looking for. Some people just look for a tick above a certain level. Some people look for a certain you know, they look for a certain time to have passed for price to be trading above that level. Some people look for candle closes. Some people look for opening and closing candles, and with accompanying volume and things like that. But for me, I'm simply looking for just a sign of momentum pushing above the level, and kind of trying to get a feeling for if price is about to push out or not. Because you can, when the candle is printing, it's fairly easy to understand if it could potentially be a fake out or a real breakout. If price is, you know, pushing up like this and then kind of hovering around this area and not really doing anything, that to me looks like price is finding a resistance that I have not found, that I did not find. But if price moves just straight up like this, then I could say that now the chance of that actually being a real breakout is fairly high. Now, of course, depends on your confirmation and everything. But the confirmation of the long would be a breakout. Just a, you know, go long here, stops probably below here, and then TP up here. That would be a very low risk to reward though, so maybe not worth it. But what I was more interested in is the fact that we had this ascending triangle with that resistance aligning with this area right here, and it's actually like it's a bigger area where you could look at this whole level right here as potential resistance. So there's a big range where price might find resistance before giving us that real breakout. And then in that case, you know, we have to perhaps get above that level. In that case, the risk to reward is just going to be much lower. But then you look to the downside. The invalidation of the ascending triangle is fairly easy to spot. I believe we have that resistance level right here, and you see that I've encapsulated every retest of that level. So if price would first go below the trend line, that would be the first sign of potentially invalidating this idea. And then if the retest of the trend line, if we would have the rejection on the trend line, so retest of the trend line from the downside, first retest of the trend line being a rejection, if that rejection comes in lower than any of these rejection, then there's clear weakness in this whole structure. And then the risk to reward becomes quite interesting, because this is then the target and this is then the invalidation. So the setup could look something like this, where you have potential confirmation there, and then that would be the TP. So that is now almost a 3R trade. So let's look at how this actually played out with the replay tool. Unfortunately, was not able to get into this trade. Hopefully we'll get into the next one. So price comes down. Kinda, it doesn't really break down below the trend line. If we look at MetaTrader, the trend line on MetaTrader, the trend line actually looks more like this. There was a clear rejection of the trend line, but here you see that you have that hit of the trend line, and the rejection happens very low of this area, and then you have that move to the downside. So I would look at this and I would say, okay, that is the confirmation. We got stops above wherever we have that highest resistance point, and then that would be the TP, and probably secure the position if we break below that low, or maybe take partial profit. So now we're looking at price being down here. And I think this was a fairly clean setup that I was just lucky to see it. I got into the live stream and then saw this and almost immediately started running. But that idea is now gone. So we want to be applying the same type of analysis for the next setup as well. So for this one we looked at a specific price behavior, and then we looked at how is price reacting to the trend line, how is price reacting to the resistance area. Can we potentially see a change of that behavior? And of course, for there to be a behavior to analyze, we have to have price action. What was that sound? Did you get it? Did you hear a weird sound?
I heard that as well. I don't know.
Hear that? That's like a meditation sound, like a gong, you know? Where did that come from?
Not on my end.
Very interesting. Okay. I got these, like focus productivity apps. Yeah. I'm not sure how productive they are if I don't even know I'm using them. Okay. So we need price action, and we need a price behavior before we can look at a break in structure or break in behavior. So we're looking at this move right here. So this whole idea here, this is gone. This is one price pattern. You can look at this as being one price pattern, and then this move would be one type of price. Gotta be careful as I don't draw anything appropriate here. So this is better to do boxes. Because boxes you can't do anything weird with. So it's dangerous when you make circles and trend lines and that sort of things. It's going to be very.
I'm drawing all over, right? So I know what you're feeling.
Could be quite. Okay, grow up. God damn it, man. Grow up. You're supposed to be professional. Okay, so we got that move to the downside, right? And we have a type of behavior here looking at gold where we have this candle right here tells me that price initially used this level as support or some type of support, right? We're coming up and we're testing that level again. Now, if we see a rejection here, which I think is we're going to see, if we see a rejection here and price keeps going down, we are starting to see a potential pattern or a potential structure forming here, with this being resistance, right? So maybe we'll get something like this, maybe a new ascending trend line here. Ascending triangle, and then if that is the pattern that we're looking at, then a break of this level would be our signal to go long. And then of course we got the break, we got potentially having a trend line here. Maybe, like, I have no idea how price is going to develop, but if we get a trend line here, I would be looking at that trend line in exactly the same way as I was looking at that trend line and look for potential weakness. And if we see that, then again our target becomes this level, aligns with that untested level, and of course we got this area down below as well. Now the risk to reward is much lower here than what it was to the upside, which makes me think that I kind of want to see a move to the upside. Good, and this would be our invalidation level. Looking at something like this. And for the target of this move, I'll be looking at where this move originated from, which was around this area, and not a great risk to reward, but still decent. Okay, so we got that right now. I'm gonna open a man, I am too slow. Position size 50. Let's
M76 100% graded. Gold has been terrible to trade, but we are.
Okay, I'm long
it
here
is
gold.
on the short time frames here. So
yes, I'm long here on gold. My TP is 3.356. I'm gonna do something that makes sense to me, but a lot of people are gonna laugh at me. But I'm gonna go down into the second chart, which I think actually works surprisingly well to and see where the flow is going. You can't go into the second chart on the MetaTrader, but you can see the tick chart, which is similar. What I like to do is, yeah.
1 second.
What I like to do.
1
second.
Sorry.
I thought you said give me 1 second. No, I'm gonna go to. I'm definitely gonna go to 1 second.
Yeah, 1 second. There we go.
Yeah, this is.
It's so hard to see.
I would be on 1 second if it looked like this, and 10 second makes more sense because there's not a lot of gaps. Right, so we got that potential trend line that I talked about right here. Now, if we hold this structure right here, then could potentially be looking good. I don't have a stop loss in just yet, so I'm just gonna place that stop loss below the structure. We're right now looking at about 1-to-1 risk to reward here. This structure is invalidated, could potentially go short. We have a PPI coming out in I don't know. I don't care when, but we have it. I do care though. I do care. When do we have it?
Hour and a half.
Oh, okay. Well, look at that. I'm now I'm not in profit. I'm not in profit because I got a bad entry, and the slippage, not the slippage, the spread is trading like this is just stupid. It really is, because just a lot of stress and a lot of anxiety, sweat.
That is, scalping is very angst-inducing, isn't it? You know.
And it's also very inefficient. I mean, you're paying commissions. You're just, gotta look at the spreads and everything. Like, you gotta be. But anyway, what's interesting here is you saw how I added this trend line before that formed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
it is looking good, to be fair. It's definitely solid setup.
Yeah, look at the structure on the 10 second. Like, it's I know it's ridiculous, right? It's a 10 second, but look at how it's actually making sense, and how this bounce right here added strength and added confirmation to this setup. You look at the 1 minute, of course you have that candle. Now that candle kind of adds to the confirmation, but I would say that this candle in combination with the 10 second structure adds some extra layer of confirmation. Now, the fact that we did not see continuation to the upside here, and we're potentially breaking down here, that tells me that we now run the risk of moving lower. Go into the 1 minute. Yeah, you can see how you had one good reaction right here, small move to the downside, big reaction, and then we had a rejection right here, which we could look at as front running this resistance up here. I believe what we're getting right now is we're just front running that level, and Yeah, now it's just very it's not very clear. So if I would be a disciplined person and if I would be a disciplined trader, I would close this trade right here. I'm gonna close this trade right here. Okay.
What month is it? It's August, isn't it? I keep forgetting what day, what month, what time it is.
You're at a computer. I'm not gonna like you can just Google.
No, look, yeah, dude. No, it's just
look,
all this
look at the time.
stuff.
You got Windows at the lower right corner, man. But then you get to know the numbers. You know, you see 8 and you're like 8. What month is that? January, February? No, and you get to start counting.
Dude, exactly that.
Yeah.
Oh, I might dip out and go get some food. I'll leave.
All right.
Leave you guys in the technical hands of Jonatan. I haven't eaten today, so I will see you guys later. We'll have ABL session tomorrow still. So any guys that want to jump over there, see you there. But,
yeah, definitely. All right, man. Thank you.
See you later.
Take care. All right, so what we're looking at here, we're looking at gold, a close to position, a close to long position. Was that a good idea? Yes, I think it was a good idea. Will I be, looking at this in hindsight and say it's a bad idea? Maybe, that's always God. Look at price. It's like I'm talking about how maybe I shouldn't have closed this, and it's like gold is literally saying like, yeah. Laughing at me. Okay, good. Looking good. I like this. Let's just could we all just assume that I did not close that long? Let's just stay in the moment for a bit. In the moment thinking that maybe, nice, Ahmed. Ahmed made some money on my trade. I lost money and you made some money. Nice. Thank you. We have another very good comment here as well. I don't know if this is irony, but your way of trading is fascinating. Thank you. It's a very, very quick way of losing money. It's a good trade, though. This was a good trade. I kind of think I made the right decision by closing that one. Can't really know where price is going, right? But so what I wanted to see here, I wanted to see this type of move immediately, right? And I felt like if I can't get that immediately, then I might as well get out of the trade. Now, gold being gold, it doesn't really work like that all the time, okay? Exactly, it's just like a giveaway. But yeah, interesting. So what are we looking at right now? I mean, got into the live stream here. LG said that it's gold has been moving slowly here and it's been tough to trade. I don't think so. I don't think so. Looking at gold right here, we got a few opportunities here on the 1 minute. I mean, sure, from around 11 my time till 12:30, it's been quite slow. But before that, look, some very nice moves here today on the 1 minute. You just need to know where to look and what to look for, okay? Yes, that's right. Can't pronounce your name, so I'm not even gonna try. Now look at the structure on gold right here. Now what we have right here is we have higher highs and higher lows going into resistance area right here. So what I'm thinking here for gold is I'm actually potentially looking for a new long position on gold at around these levels right here, which I think is somewhat interesting, okay? Okay, stop loss here, TP here. So because of the I'm gonna go open up MetaTrader here. I'm gonna prepare for a new position. I'm not gonna use the position size tool here. There's no need to use that in when I'm trading like this. Let's by the way, do you guys want to see my analysis in TradingView, or do you want to see my live trading in MetaTrader? Let me know in the comment section if you want to see TradingView or MetaTrader. Nice move here from gold right now. It's a good looking move to the upside. Now that long idea is potentially invalidated because we're going to be hitting that TP. Now if the TP of the setup is hit before entry, then of course it's going to be invalidated. I'm not interested in taking a trade where the TP has already been hit. I want to have my trades being like the entry being the first retest and the TP being the first retest of whatever level I'm targeting. So if that TP has already been hit, which it has right here. Now you might say, if you're looking at that as your TP, then why would you why would you consider that being the TP? Because every level that you put on, it's never going to be the exact price. It's a buffer around that zone. So you're adding a zone and you're thinking that is you're looking at that general area. But I think right now, even if price is going to go up or down, the idea that we had to go long here, I think that idea is now invalidated. And I'm actually thinking of going short because that is a first retest of a resistance. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start opening a small position to go short on gold right now. So I got my short position open on gold right here. My entry is 3355.92. My stop loss is not existing. Probably should be putting in some type of stop loss here. My stop loss, I'm short, so my stop loss is obviously going to be, you know, somewhere up there. Now, what I'm thinking now is I'm just looking at, I'm just looking at price. I'm not gonna look at any specific levels to exit the trade or any specific levels of invalidation. Of course, I have a mental stop loss of that being, price is shooting through that level. Of course, I'm gonna be closing the short. I would also be interested in perhaps adding to the short within this whole zone right here, because I want to see price come down to this level, or I want to see price potentially come down all the way down to this level. But in the current situation, in the current area where we are trading, I am now building that short. The initial idea was obviously to go long here up to this level. The idea worked out, but I executed that trade quite horrendously. Os. Okay, man, I'm just gonna call you Os. I think that's. I think your name is absolutely wonderful, but I can't pronounce it. Not my fault. I'm from Sweden. Our names don't mean shit. We have just random sounding names. I'm sure your name probably means angel from heaven or massive profits from prop firms or something like that. Yes, I do believe I do also think that shorts are looking better right now. That's why I'm in a short. Thank you. Surprisingly, when you jumped to the 10-second chart, it was amazing. Yeah, so I mean, sometimes we get people coming in here and like, oh, you're trading the 1 minute. That's ridiculous. It doesn't work. You can't trade the 1 minute chart. But then I jump down to the 10 second and I show that, well, wait a minute. You see structures on the 10 second. You see structures on the 1 second. So like, if you're trading technical analysis, you gotta understand that price action is fractal. Okay, what happens on the 1 minute chart also happens on the weekly and the monthly chart, and what's also is going to be happening on the very low time frames like the second chart as well. It's just that the dynamics of why price is moving is different. I mean, on the monthly, maybe the yearly, or the weekly, of course, we're looking at macroeconomics and geopoliticals moving the markets. But on the 1 second, it's purely order flow and psychology, and maybe even algorithms moving the markets. I mean, when gold moves within just a couple of pips, it's not because Trump is speaking. It's because people are trading those levels based on technicals and psychology. So it's not a matter of like structure. It's a matter of, you know what? I have no idea what I'm talking about. Henry comes into the chat like he's educated. I know you're educated, but this is ChatGPT. You Google this or you ask ChatGPT. I know you're smart, but you're not that smart. Okay, so we are now short here. I think the general idea was general idea was it's now confirmed. I'm in a small profit right here. I'm gonna lower. I'm gonna limit my stop loss on this one soon. If I'm also gonna be doubling the position on this one. So I am entering in one more position. Wait, is this a netting account? It's not a hedging account. What is this? What kind of account have I gotten? Like, what did they give me? I had a question asking how's my swing trading account going. It's going pretty well. I got the EAs running on that one. I'm gonna show you. I'll show you that in just a bit. Okay, so now let's I'm still in the replay tool. Why am I still in the replay tool? Okay, we got 0.5 lots short on gold right now. I'm now moving the stop loss above this high right there. So this is currently the trade. I'm looking to take it down to that level. All looking good. All right, yeah, I think yeah, we definitely have some work we need to do in the dashboard. Thank you for this. I'm gonna forward this over to the right people, but I do agree with you. There's a few things that we have to iron out in the dashboard. No one's perfect. Abdullah says I look young now. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Not that I feel like I looked very old before this, but yeah, thank you. Very much appreciate that. Yes, Paulo says I tend to go to lower time frames when markets are less volatile. I think this is actually a really good thing. Guys, I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, I'll be back in just a minute. Wow, look at that. Price is moving nicely. We got a big move to the downside here on gold. Let's see if we can... Oh man, I just walked up the stairs and I feel exhausted. I need to... Oh man, I need to work on that. Let's open another position right here. We got a 0.25 lot size. Going short again. Looking good. Looking golden. I am moving stops down again. No, you actually know what? I'm gonna be moving stops down when if we have another lower higher in the lower time frames. You know what, guys? I feel like I trade better when I don't care. You know. Like I trade well when I don't care about my trading. When I don't really care about the outcome. I mean, everyone can say, yeah, sure, you shouldn't be. Yeah, I love this comment. Henry saying you should be fit normally. Yeah, I should. I definitely should. But I'm not. Becoming bigger. I'm becoming bigger, and not bigger in the sense that I'm, have a big personality. My personality is still good though, but like I'm getting rounder. The more profits I make, the more shit I eat, and the more M76BB says, "How do you find trading on Fridays?" Fridays used to be my most profitable days to trade on. I usually don't trade much on Fridays. Oh man, I hope we get not move to the downside, because I gotta close this one very soon, because we got the CPI and jobless claims coming up shortly, so I gotta think about closing this one soon. Fridays used to be my most profitable days. Now I don't really trade on Fridays, because I try to either take a day off on Friday, because I also work on some hours on the weekends and on Sundays. So I try to usually I try to get off work at around 1 or 2 on Fridays, which means no trading as well. But back when I did trade more manually, Fridays was my most profitable days, and Mondays were my least profitable days. I think I'll get that sound again. I don't know where's that sound coming from. Let's see. Whatever. I don't know where that sound's coming from. Okay, so Michael says, what do you think about level 3365? You're thinking yeah, like you had to give me some context here. What about that level? Like you have to give me some context in terms of you want to short if you get a good reaction at 3,365. Level on there. Also, guys, make sure that you hit that like. Greatly appreciate it if you can hit that like. Okay, 3365. Yeah, I think 3365 looks like a great level. Yeah, if you can get a decent reaction at that level, then yeah, I think could potentially go short. But then why not short, you know, the level that I'm shorting? M76BB, you want my thoughts on gold? I'm not really sure what that question is. Yeah, Crazy Pip says maybe something open, fridge door and washing. Yeah, I that's a good guess, because a lot of times I do walk around my home and like, what are those sounds? And then it's like the freezer's dying, the washing machine is burning, or you know, maybe not that dramatic, but you know. Adil says, can you please have a look at and let me know if you have any suggestions on GBP AUD? Yeah, well, right now I really want to be looking at gold here. So okay, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna move my stops down a little bit and secure that position. Get another push to the downside. I could potentially move my stops even further. Okay, you got gold at the top here. I want to make sure that I can look at gold at the same time as analyzing GBP AD. All right, GBP USD. Let's start with a top-down analysis. Let's start with the daily, and then we'll move down from there. A nice breakout here. Broke above that level today. We're hitting some type of resistance area, but it's not a super clear resistance area. Gold is pushing lower, adjusting my stop loss. I now have my stop loss here. For GBP AUD, I like that level. Yes, your long entry is 206. Can you want my help with finding potential targets for this one? Solo gaming, you gotta like buy or sell what? Like what? You gotta have some more context than if you're just gonna ask me buy or sell, then I'll say all in on whatever you choose. Right, okay. Oh, gold is... oh shit, did it hit my stop loss? Oh, it's close. It's really, really close of hitting that stop loss right now. Really close. Yeah, it's probably gonna hit it any moment. Glad I secured that one. Okay, so where could potentially GBP AUD move to? I like this area. I like the current breakout that we're seeing. I also like GBP AUD from a break and retest perspective right here. If we go into the lower time frames, that is a very clean. That is a very clean level right there. That level right there. I'm gonna add an alert right there. Potentially gonna enter a trade on that one. again, like solo gaming, you come in and you ask if you should buy or sell. I have no idea what you're talking about, what pair you're talking. Now you're asking again, should I sell? Like, I got no idea what you're talking about, man. Like, what pair are you referring to? Let me know. Let me know what you're more specifically looking at. All right, get a question. Like when we have PPI today, what pair would you like to trade on PPI? Just trying to understand and asking for the financial advice. Appreciate you. Okay. I guess you want to look at USD pairs. I mean, pairs like most pairs are going to be moving if the numbers are higher or lower than expected. Most markets are going to be moving because it's figures coming out of the US, and if it's something that the Fed is basing their rates on and things like that, whatever the US market is doing is going to affect most other pairs as well. But I would obviously look at pairs like maybe USD JPY, Euro USD, and things like gold. And what I would do is I would look at markets and see what markets are trading at interesting levels. So I mean, if you have one level here and then one level here, and whatever market you're looking at is just right here between these levels, when you have a news event like the PPI, you would want to look at markets that are trading either on support or on resistance, and then look for potential reactions to those levels when the news comes out. What I'd like to do is usually look at markets like like I said, Euro USD, USD JPY, or gold, and then wait for the initial reaction on the news, and then see if I can trade the structures and trade the levels that is appearing on the lower time frames. A lot of times you will see, let's see, am I stopped out yet? Yes, I'm stopped out on gold right now. Go back to gold. Okay, so a lot of times you'll see something like this. I think this was, we had the Euro AP numbers coming out here. I'm not sure if that is why the market moved, but that's what we had. I'm just gonna open my window here. It is getting... Usually what I want to do is one thing that I like to do when trading news is trying to fade the initial move. So if we have a big spike to the upside on news, I would like to look for reasons to trade against that initial move. All right, let's see what we're getting here on gold. Okay, so let's remove everything here. Let's try. So that was a small loss. We want those levels on. Now I'm not really sure how to trade this, because to me this structure was quite clear. We had that gap to the upside. Then we had like this gap downside, but now we're looking at this whole structure right here like a potential range. Then I'm not really sure how to trade that range. I want to use either that one as a TP for a short or that one as a TP for a long. What we could be doing is we could perhaps be trading this this range. trading a range like this, have 3 areas of interest. You have the range lows, the range EQ, and the range high. The way that I like to trade the range EQ is with the break and retest, and then the boundaries, the range boundaries would just be buying support and selling resistance. Let's see if we can get price to reach any of these boundaries. I'm not sure really what the question is here, but is scalping really worth it? I would say no. I don't think scalping is worth it. For most people, scalping is definitely not worth it. It's a very inefficient way of trading. You're paying a lot of commissions. You're gonna be spending a lot of time behind the screens. It's going to be a stressful situation. For me, it's not worth it. I feel like it's not the optimal way for me to trade. Sometimes I like to do it though. Like today, I feel like I was in the flow. I wanted to do this, and I plan to come on the live stream here and do some live scalping with you guys because you know, I like it. You know, I like. Some days, but most of the time it's not what I like. So I think what you want to do is also, I'm not sure about the question here with quality. Let me tell you this: if you're looking at low quality setups, then nothing's worth it. Trading is all about finding the high quality things. Yeah, I'm gonna be trying another good 10 second. I'm looking at price here and I'm thinking maybe short, but you know, it's retesting that range EQ a bit too much. I feel like we got a breakout happening here, but I'm not going to be trading that as if I think it's going to be a breakout. I'm going to be waiting for that breakout to actually happen. Maybe look for a break and retest, see if we can get a break above that range EQ on gold, and then perhaps look for a break and retest of that one right there. What's up, Louis? Welcome to the stream, guys. While you're here, make sure that you remember to hit that like and subscribe to the channel. We got a lot of things happening, a lot of plans that we're going to be implementing very soon in the live stream. You're going to be, I'm sure you're going to be really liking what we got set up for you guys. So make sure that you hit that like and subscribe while you're here watching. Okay, so what I'm watching right now is we're going to be looking at this level right here, and never since the creation of this range, I make it sound like this is an old range, but this, you know, all the way back in the 14th of August 2025, 11 a.m. 11:20, we had a couple of tests here, right? And never since creating this range have we had such a comprised type of price action at the level, getting like a accumulation type of price pattern here. And we're moving to the downside now. If we hit this support here to the downside, I want to go long. Sibani says black screen is really difficult to see on live stream. Yep, I do hear that a lot, that some people have issues with the black screen, but I think that's just something you have to live with. I'm sorry, but like, we can do this, you know. We can go white. Let's see if that happens. Yeah, this makes me gonna get eye. I'm not gonna need eye surgery after doing this for a while. It's too much. Yeah, previous colors, but what if we do this? Like we could probably do something fun here. Let's do this. What about this? And then we can go in and we can change the symbols. We can do how about we do, oh, this is good. I like this yellow. Must be perfect. Okay, body, and then it's gonna be yellow and that blue one right there. This, I think a lot of people would like this for sure. Oh, it should be lime green. It should be like this one. Nice, isn't it? Could be yeah.
Hi, Jonathan.
Good stuff. What's up, Pedro? How you liking my new color scheme here? This is for people that really hate their eyes.
Definitely. I think I can see opportunities on that one. I can spot them.
Yeah. Wow, this is incredible. Incredible. Switch back. How you doing, Pedro?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good.
How are you doing?
Bro says, yeah, I know you suggested that color code and I tried it and it was horrible. I still think it's horrible. I'm gonna go with black. I don't know why you guys want me to change the background. I think it's absolutely wonderful. And also, look at this. I have a gradient, like a gradient background. Look at this. This is like black with a hint of purple. Very nice.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, the other day, I think it was in Portuguese live stream. Someone shared an image with me. It was full white background. I was about to get blind immediately. It's too hard, guys. When you do have a white background, it's just. I've been doing this for many years, and I still don't use glasses. I'm proud of my eyes and proud of myself. And one of the reasons is because I use a dark background. If I was using a white background, I'll be using glasses for sure.
Definitely. Okay, Solo Gaming Online says, should I be buying gold or sell? Buy. I would buy. Like, not financial advice, you know, but like I'm tired of saying that this is not financial advice. You come into the live stream, you ask me to buy or sell gold, you're gonna lose your money. Like, you are going to lose your money. You're not gonna make it in trading, all right? It's simple as that. But if you really want my opinion, buy gold, you know? But then you probably should sell it in the next few minutes, you know? And now, again, he's asking me again, should I buy or sell gold? I don't think this guy's listening to the live stream. He's just watching the chat. He's using the chat as his signal service. Pedro, I'll be back in just a bit, okay?
Okay, 1 second. Let me just change my scene. Yes. Perfect. What's up, guys? How are you guys doing? How is your week so far? What are you looking at the market today? What assets do you want us to pay attention? Aside from gold, we can look at gold, of course. I can tell you a little bit of what I've been trying to do on gold, or yeah, basically trying to. I didn't do anything. Yeah, let me know. And as you guys know, just try to be a bit specific on the levels that you want me to look at. Like, if you want to look at gold, is it buy or sell? What time frame are you looking at? What maybe price entry or target are you looking at as well? So yeah, not this. Definitely. Can you look at euro dollar? Definitely. Hi Guilherme. Guilherme, have you joined the Portuguese community of the 5ers now? I don't know if I've seen you there or not, but you can definitely take a look at the euro dollar. Most people have no business on gold. Yeah, just want signals. They can be here. They can just press like button as well and subscribe. And subscribe to the channel. So I'm not really going to tell anyone to leave, but They can definitely ask better questions if that's just a buy signal that you're looking for. Please read. Yeah, I don't know even what this guy is saying. Hi Ahmed, welcome. Okay, since we are on gold, let me just do my quick analysis on gold, and then I'm done with gold, and we keep looking at gold every half an hour, and then we jump into euro dollar. Okay, so what do we have on gold? Okay, so yeah, price starting to move to downside since Monday, as you all know. So basically, we moved to the downside in here. I was looking for that small extra leg up above these highs, and then the drop never happened, so I didn't participate. And then finally, price fill out this available space that I was waiting, and I was looking to see some kind of reaction from these levels. This is a level that I'm starting to pay more attention to. It's basically those a level of supply or demand zone, in this case a supply level, that price should have respected. Kind of price should have done at least something like that, but it didn't, right? Because of the news, price just completely break through that level supply. So usually those levels tend to be respected then on the way back, which is basically what we had in here. I think it was yesterday, this move, Tuesday. It was already on Tuesday. It was not even yesterday. Yeah, I did actually try to buy, which I never managed to. Price just went away without me, never retraced back. Okay, so after price broke basically this stop in here, I was trying to find an opportunity to go and at least to fill this level. I think there was a high probability that price would just come back, at least fill this level. Unfortunately, price never really kind of tagged me in, so yeah, I never really managed to get into this trade. And after that, price evolved a little bit. Now, are we looking for gold to come back into these stops? That's maybe the question. If that's the case, maybe there's still opportunities to look for longs. But price actually with this move today or tonight, overnight, something like that, it actually reacted nicely from this level of supply and a little bit of this previous level of support resistance in here. So this top didn't really react, so I was still a bit more bullish in here. That now that we reacted in here, at least price already reacted from some level that it makes sense to me. There you go. Price then today, as you know, came out the down, and it already started to move to the upside. I still like the idea that price maybe could go a little bit deeper. So I was still actually, even though I didn't manage to get in here on Tuesday, I still kept an eye to try to see if price actually would come back in here to try to find an entry. Price got really close, didn't really went to where I wanted, so I'm still waiting. But now it becomes a little bit more of a tricky situation. Basically, what just to see the difference sometimes, okay, let me just make this point, that which is, yes, I wanted to try to go long in here, and in my opinion, when I did try to go long at this moment on Tuesday, I think there was literally a high probability that price actually would just make this move. Okay, I think there was enough momentum. I think literally price would just bounce back into this level. So I would consider almost this as a 70% probability that price will do this. That's why I wanted actually to try to enter into that level. Now, I'm not really sure if that's still the highest probability. The target can even be higher. The target maybe can even go all the way there or even retest this level. So if we're looking at a target, it's actually maybe even higher than initially. But the probability of the move actually still retesting this level and going there, I don't really see it maybe as high probability. So if you want to play around a little bit with the odds, of course, there is not exactly science behind the odds that I'm giving in here. It's maybe a little bit of a feeling of just experience of looking at market so many times. But yeah, maybe that's something that you can try to play around with your own setups. But basically, I'm still trying to see if gold goes a little bit more to the downside or close to these lows to potentially go higher. But what we have is that we also managed to break some structure. So if by any chance gold does want to push a little bit lower back into this level, I wouldn't be surprised with that. That's why this long now is a bit more risky for me, because price actually could just even go a little bit more further down and after that maybe go long. Yeah, that's me. If you're looking for any shorts, I'll still consider paying attention to this level, attention with that one. Yeah, that's basically the two levels that may still have some reaction to the downside. To the upside, if you want, you can maybe try something in here, even though I don't really want that one. I'll prefer a little bit further down. So that will be my take on gold in here.
All right, good stuff. I took a quick short on gold here. Made just a small amount on that one, and I'm looking to perhaps go long again here at these lows. Just trying to trade this range that we're in right now. Can make anything of that. I believe we have Dairy coming on soon as well. We got Dairy, and then later we got Victor as well.
Yeah, it's been funny to stream with Dairy. To be honest, that's been quite nice.
Yeah, he's great. He's great. Probably gonna have him on more often.
Yeah, let me just reply here to Guilherme, because Guilherme is asking about the Portuguese channel. It must be in the description, Guilherme. So just find it somewhere in the description of this video, and you have the link there. Okay, so we stream also from Monday to Thursday. It's at 5 p.m. Portuguese time. If you are in Brazil, it's around 1 p.m. in Brazil. But yeah, join us. We are growing. We are growing in there. Yeah. What else aside from gold? What are you looking at, Jonatan? What other pairs are you looking at?
So I am. I'm just looking at gold today. I'm just looking at gold. I haven't really looked at anything else. Ellis is saying Euro USD. He really wants us to take a look at Euro USD. Can you take a look at Euro USD, Pedro?
Yeah, I'll go. I thought I was at the bottom of the comments, but there was way many comments there. Okay. Euro USD, and then someone is asking as well about Aussie yen. Is going to the moon. Yeah, maybe then. Okay, euro dollar. What are you looking at euro dollar? Let's just take a look at euro dollar. Yeah, before I look into euro dollar, let me just look at dollar index, just to have a reference as well on what we can maybe expect in here. So let me just delete something that I have in here. So dollar moved to the downside. So we have been kind of after NFP from almost 2 weeks ago. We finally reached one of the demand zones, natural demand zones that price could go towards. So it's basically the origin of this move to the upside. Price just came all the way back into that level, and that was the expectation. So that was the expectation. Initially, price kind of reacted a little bit from this upper edge, then respected the supply, and it moved to downside. So that was still the bias as well. On Monday or Tuesday or something like that, there was still the expectation that the dollar could go down and the euro could go higher. And now it got a little bit more into this level. And this is for me is a valid demand zone. Okay, so it's a valid demand zone where the dollar is reacting. However, it may not be the bottom. Price may still wants to go a little bit deeper on the dollar. May wants to go maybe closer to this extreme in here. So two clear levels that I'm paying attention is literally now this demand zone that we have, and we do have still this supply. So we need to see at least maybe this supply level being taken. Personally, I know that some may now look at these tops being taken, and they may look at it as a break-off structure. Okay, maybe they saw this move, retesting this double bottom and breaking this level. For them, maybe this is already the confirmation that maybe dollar is ready to go higher, and that means maybe the euro is ready to go down. Personally, I still want to see this level being also taken. Okay, I can see maybe price actually just bouncing from here and even coming back into this level. Something that I actually like about this move is the fact that we do have now a double bottom, which can start attracting more people into buying, which is perfect. So I actually want to see more people interested in buying in here dollar, which maybe they are going to start placing their stop losses somewhere around here. So we could have some kind of that manipulation that I love to see of now price stopping out everyone in here, and then eventually start moving to the upside, since everyone now most likely start to look for those longs.
Wait,
because
that's a lot of arrows.
Huh?
How many arrows did you add on that?
Yeah, it's a lot of them. It's the amount of people that want to buy here. It's like two. Like go long.
Go up. It's like
I'm making my point, right? Everyone's going to go long in there, right?
We're trying to manifest.
Yeah.
Nice.
So then price could fake out and then finally turn. That would be my ideal scenario. For dollar, which means that could be eventually as a sell opportunity on the euro. So I now transition into the euro to try to see how can we have that scenario as well. So euro also, so that was the move. in here at the beginning of the week. I think on Tuesday we talked about that I was looking to see if euro would go just a little bit deeper to look for a long. It never did it with the CPI, just respected this level and it just went to the upside. Unfortunately for me, never really went a little bit deeper, but I was expecting indeed euro to continue to push a little bit higher, closer to this level. And we are there now, okay? So basically price respected the lower edge of this level. Basically I look at the lower low or the last low that created the last high. Okay, usually price tends to respect this level in the future. Okay, that's one of the levels that price tends to respect. So you can start tracking that one, the last low that created the last high. Just draw a line, extend it to the right side, and eventually you see some reaction popping up in there. Either way, I was still didn't really want to be here. I wanted actually to go a little bit deeper because the supply I have actually is a little bit higher. Now, euro is also maybe for some starting to take some lows in here. So maybe euro is also starting to show some bearishness with this, maybe with this breakout structure, maybe even this low as well, who knows. But may start attracting people into selling, maybe as price maybe getting closer again into here, maybe that's going to track into selling. Perfect. For me, I would still like to see it a little bit more into this level. This is kind of 1 hour time frame, lower time frame. In the bigger picture, if by any chance euro does want to go higher and even continue, I wouldn't be against it, okay? Actually, in the bigger picture, I may still expect euro to maybe go to 120. So I'm not going to be really surprised if by any chance euro just wants to go. I would just adjust immediately to that scenario that maybe euro wants to go and maybe take these tops in here from beginning of July or something like that. But for now, I think there's still maybe a chance that you can have some selling pressure at around this level. So I'm going to try to find those cells. And just to continue a little bit more, even if you look at the euro index as well, so that's another reference. Yeah, euro index actually dropped much more than the euro dollar. Yeah, nice reaction from here. So we actually start to see as well some weakness on the euro pairs. Of course, price now finally just came back into this demand zone as well, so we'll see what will happen. Basically, it will be nice to see this euro index taking these lows. That would maybe bring more bearishness on the euro pairs and euro dollar as a consequence. If price benchmark now respects this low and starts going higher, maybe you can have that push to the upside a bit on the euro, and maybe price eventually wants to go a little bit closer to this level as well. So looking at euro index is also something that I'm looking. But actually, I'm paying a little bit more attention to the pound dollar. And as you know, and maybe I'm going to actually, I'm curious to see what Derry's opinion is, because Derry trades a lot euro dollar and pound dollar. We have definitely the divergence between the euro pound and between the euro dollar and the pound dollar. We have euro dollar which are making a little bit more of a move to the downside, and you still have pound not even moving away from this structure. Euro is already somewhere in here, pound is still in here, and it's actually breaking highs, to be honest. So I've been waiting to try to see if the dollar of the pound actually has a little bit of a reaction from this supply level, now that we did manage to take this daily top from there. So I'm trying to see if they're going to have that potential sell opportunity from here. Now, the sell opportunity that I'm looking for is not going to be a massive move. I'm not expecting this from there. Okay, I'm expecting maybe just some reaction, maybe price comes back into here and then just continues, and then eventually can finally aim to go towards this 136.7, something like that, which is now maybe expectation. Since we did manage to take this top, maybe the expectation is to see price going into there. But I would like to see a reaction first and then eventually go there. Yeah, that's my take a little bit on the major dollar pairs like euro dollar, pound dollar, how I'm positioning myself for today until the end of the week, basically. Yeah, what is your take? What are you looking at?
So right now I'm looking at gold. I just closed it long and I'm going short here on gold right now. Trading this low time frame range, thinking I'm gonna try to just trade within this range as long as I can, as long as it respects the boundaries of the range. See how that goes. It's and that's the one thing I've been watching here today. You know, today I felt like I want to do less, you know, less analysis and more trading. Some days I feel like you know, because there's you know, trading lower time frames, you know, just focusing on one screen, one chart, and just reading price action requires something different than doing more high time frame and analytical things. And sometimes I feel like some days scalping is just much easier mentally than doing broad analysis, because you're looking at many different pairs, you're looking at many different levels, and then when you're looking as one pair and you're looking at maybe two levels that okay, these two levels most likely the market is just going to move between these two levels for the next 1 hour or 2 hours. It's different. You can be
the approach is different. You have literally just trading those ranges on that war time frame, and that's it. That's basically what you are doing, and it's totally okay. If you do find a good range that you want to trade from, it's perfect.
When you have a nice range on the lower time frames, it's definitely something you can trade. So we have in about little over 30 minutes, we got the PPI news. That's going to be interesting to see. Could potentially be a very, very, very market moving event. We got Marina in the comments as well. What's up, everyone? And Marina, welcome to the live stream.
Yeah. So some people are asking if I'm interested in selling on pound. Yes, I am. I'm potentially. I like this supply level. Okay. If it's even I think on the 1 hour time frame, maybe even 4 hours time frame. This level here for me it's a bit fresh too, and it's just above this top. So I think the way price moved in the last literally yesterday, the way it hold this top, I think many people were maybe trying to sell it at this daily top. Price never really managed to break even this low, so now maybe they are under pressure. Maybe they haven't got stopped out yet. If they at least maybe place their stop loss a little bit higher, but they are under pressure with price kind of going slightly above it, and many people may see actually starting to look for longs as soon as they see this top being broken as a breakout setup, expecting to the upside. I need confirmation. This is not kind of a plus setup that I'll be looking for, at least this level itself. But I want to try to see how price reacts, and if I do see then price breaking the most recent structure, I'm going to try to sell it. To be honest, I don't really like the fact that price is accumulating so much. When price accumulates so much, sometimes it's just then explodes from this level. But I'm going to keep tracking to see how price may react from the level. It's more of an intraday trade. It's nothing too fancy. It's nothing to look for. I don't know, 10 to 1 risk reward. Nothing like that. It's just literally, if I do get my signal, I'll try to trade it. But I'm still bullish. Higher time frame, I'm still bullish on the pound. It's just a small trade, like the same way that I tried to do in here. Actually, I didn't really pay attention to it, but it will be more of this opportunity, and that's it. Let price then continue to go higher until it changes. And then you have also, who was it that mentioned? Louis, I think. Louis mentioned that. What did he mention about the dollar index? He said the dollar index is bounce off a 4-hour trend line. Yeah, most likely. Maybe it's a 4-hour trend line in there. Is it maybe this one from the lows? Maybe is this? Yeah, maybe this one from the lows, and it reached also the 78. Yeah, that's a deep retracement. So yeah, I can see that a 78 retracement. Yes, this can be a great level to start looking for longs. I'm not sure if price is already determined to.
Okay, I think. I don't know. Do you see the comments from Solo Trading? He's been in here for about an hour saying like, please now he says, please give me a signal you will trade. I am in a loss. So it's that's not what we're doing here. We can't really give you a signal, so you're in a loss and you're coming to us and you're looking for us to help you, enter position, and you're going to copy my trading. It's that's not what we're doing here. You can watch, you can be here, and you can take the information that we're giving you to perhaps, we're giving you some tips and tricks here on certain tech, TA tools you can use to perhaps develop a system, right? If you go down this path, you're going to lose your account. And I give it 6 months, and you're not going to be trading anymore if you go down that path.
Yeah, wait then. Yeah, I think on Tuesday when I was with Victor, someone else was kind of asking a similar question. Just I think someone was maybe asking for help, kind of. Just tell me one trade to take, something like that. What's even the point of us, either me, Jonathan, or whoever is in here as a host, giving a signal? Even if you make money out of it, whatever it is, what's the point of that? Like then you want a new signal, like, and then you want a new signal again, and then you're going to continue just to ask for signals. So do you think that, like, as soon as we get out of the live stream, what's going to happen to you? What's going to happen to you tomorrow that we don't have a live stream? Who are you going to ask for signals then? Like, what's the point on that approach of just asking for signals? Unless, yeah, if you're risking $1 million and that's going to be kind of a complete life-changing situation, okay, yeah, maybe try to go to casino and put on zero, put on the roulette, put on number 0. Sometimes 0 works nice. Or your lucky number, I don't know if it's a 10, 33, whatever it may be. Maybe you can get a better option in there. At least you have some fun as well, like playing roulette on the casino. Yeah, not really sure what's the approach in there. Yeah, Justin, it's on the way. the lottery is on the way. The lottery number, it's on the way.
Okay. I still am I okay? I'm still in the short. Let's see. Yeah, market is getting a bit slow now. Definitely getting a bit slow.
Yeah. Let's then man. Game house. Okay, I think he asked for Aussie yen before, so maybe we can look at the Aussie yen. And I don't remember now his comment. I don't know if he was looking for longs, for shorts, but I do remember that he mentioned Aussie yen. Aussie yen. What's going on the Aussie yen? Aussie yen is dropping. Okay. The yen pairs again. I don't know who were here on Tuesday. I just love yen index. Yen index is such a beautiful pair to track, then to find opportunities on the yen pairs. So yeah, that's basically where it was on Sunday, and we're looking for eventually the yen index to get close to these lows again after this push to the upside. And what a beautiful reaction. So basically that 1 second. Basically anticipating this is the moment that you could have looked for shorts on the yen pairs. Okay, so if the yen index by any chance is now reacting from a nice level of demand zone or a level of support level, even manage maybe to break this structure, so that's maybe a confirmation that maybe price is ready to start turning in gear, then you can start looking for your shorts on the yen pairs. And then it's about just finding which yen pair do you want to participate on that. And you could look at that. We had basically all of them, to be honest. We had dollar yen, great reaction. We talked about this scenario, I don't know with who, but there's maybe a chance that price could just take this top and actually start reversing straight away, instead of just continuing actually to reverse immediately after taking important level of structure. We even have a little bit of this structure as well. So we had that sell opportunity on the dollar yen. Now we're back at these lows. We can look at the exactly Aussie yen as well. So price actually came back into this supply level, and exactly at the same time, that was Tuesday, when yen index also reached the bottom, we start seeing this selling pressure. This is a nice approach as well. Price compressing, starting to show weakness. Nice move. Pound yen even took the top, and it still managed to find a little bit of a move to downside, even though pound yen, because of the pound, has been a bit more bullish. Maybe the move to downside is not as big as the other yen pair, so maybe pound yen could be the one that we could filter as a short, but it still worked. It still worked quite nicely, to be honest. And then euro yen, this was the one actually that I was trying to short, but price never really got to the level I wanted. I wanted a little bit higher. Price never got there. I've been waiting for this move for quite a while. Yeah, price just dropped from here. I was looking a little bit higher into. This is basically a Quasimodo. I think we have, even with Victor, I think we talked about this one. Whenever that happened, this was already, what day was this? 29th of July. What day is today? 14th of August. So we've been waiting for this one for almost 2 weeks or more than 2 weeks. Price got close to it, not exactly what I wanted, got really close to it, and it's already moving to the downside. So yeah, this is a good kind of Quasimodo pattern representation. and the left shoulder kind of worked nicely. So yeah, like yen index is just amazing. And again, good move. The top was created also kind of 12, 13, just in alignment with the yen index. This is something that I'm going to continue
Pedro,
to explore.
we got Derry in the
Yeah,
background.
go
He's just sitting there waiting. He can't
Sorry.
add himself, can he?
I don't know.
He's not. It doesn't have the. No, I don't think he can.
It's because I muted the offset before. I think I was listening twice myself on the other hand. I muted.
To the
Okay.
screen. All right, what's up, Derry? Welcome.
I'm not important
Derry,
enough
what's
to
up?
add myself, Jonathan, mate.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we probably should probably look into that. Maybe see if you can add yourself going forward. Do you have? Okay, you do have your own little scene. All right, guys, I'm gonna jump off. I got some stuff I need to take care of here in the back end. But nice to see you, Derry. I'll see if I can jump on a little bit later. We'll have Victor come on a bit later. All right.
Perfect.
Take care, guys.
Bye, mate.
Bye.
Bye.
Derry, how are you?
Pedro, what's going on, mate? Weekly catch up. How are you going?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm curious about your takes again on the euro, on the pound, because there's still that divergence between those two.
Yeah, it's been hard,
and it continues.
really
Yeah. Yeah, I'm curious about your takes on that one. I'm just checking the comments a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. Gold for buys or sales. What are the names of our minters? What minters? The biker next door. Who are you asking? The bike next door. Who are you asking? Hi, Derry. Who is saying hi?
Hey, I'm going to see a lot of hi dairies there. It's good. I'm being welcomed. Third week on, I think people are starting to take to me.
Diagram you draw is like American party symbols. Okay, then tell me about your Aussie yen. What are you looking at? So we can be a bit more specific. Are you looking for longs now that price dropped? Are you still looking for shorts? Just let us know about your Aussie yen or any other yen pairs that you want to look at. Meanwhile, we can maybe take a look at the euro dollar on Derry's screen. I'm just going to bring it here.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, let us know what you're looking at.
As
Derry.
you
What's your
mentioned,
take?
Pedro, the
Divergence,
divergence,
right?
it's so bad at the minute. The correlation between the two pairs is so bad. But from an EU perspective, obviously we've put in a sell model for me. We had the change in the state of delivery here. We are currently rebalancing. So for me, I am currently bearish. We're currently rebalancing to this 50% of this price leg here. We are sat inside this fair value gap as well, just here. So for me at the minute, I'll just be monitoring to see if we have had a small reaction on the hourly time frame to push to the downside out to that fair value gap, which is also 50%. So 50% from the equilibrium of that price range. So for me at the minute, immediate draws on liquidity or lows that I'd be looking at are potentially this low here, and obviously internal draw here. If we get a reaction from that area, but I'll be monitoring that from a 15-minute perspective. We are struggling to, at the minute, from the 15-minute perspective, obviously run through this fair value gap. We're respecting it. So 15-minute perspective, I saw Simon just asked a question there in the chat. We have got from with an hour sell model, or come back to a sell model on the hourly, but then from a 15-minute perspective, we obviously swept this wick here and then pushed to the upside, putting the change in state of delivery to the upside here, which obviously from a 15-minute perspective tells me he wants to push higher unless we get a run through of this fair value gap to the downside. Then I'd obviously be favoring shorts, because obviously that will align with 1 hour. 15-minute would be in line, and then I can just drop the time frames. But at the minute, it's 1 hour sell model, 50-minute buy model, change in state of delivery, back to that fair value gap, and then we've pushed higher from there. So at the minute, I'm sort of in between biases on this until we get a run through of this fair value gap here. I'd like to see it inverse, and then obviously my targets would be this low here, because you've got the hour line up on the 15. But going back, Pedro, to what you were saying with the correlation of things, that people can probably see between EU and GU. GU's just sat at that top, and it's not moving from there. But this week, I've tried to sort of just ignore that. So a lot of my students have done the same as well, where one of the students actually took this trade here, and we were on a live session this morning as well. But if I break this down from, if we go really into what I'm seeing, obviously when I came in this morning on the live session, we had this high here. I didn't personally take this trade, but a lot of the students caught it. We've got this high here, so when you look at what's happening, we are in essentially everything lines up. You've got the 1 hour buy model here. We've had the change in the state delivery to the upside, and then obviously we came back to that change in the state, which also brings you back to equilibrium of that price leg there. So we've got equilibrium of the price leg just below the 50%. And the reason for me that it came below the 50% is we had what everyone's going to laugh at now is the turtle soup. So we had the sweep of the high, the sweep of the low, which is the manipulation we continue to respect, and then we push to the upside. So 1 hour change in the state of delivery, back to that change in the state of delivery, which also gives you that turtle soup. Then from a 15-minute perspective, if we look at the 15-minute, we had literally exactly the same. So everything I do is, obviously markets are fractal, so I just follow from every time frame down. Then we had, obviously this is that 1 hour soup, the 15, which is now the 15-minute sweep of the high, sweep of the low. Then we get what we get on the 15-minute is we get the change of state of delivery to the upside. We come back to that change in the state of delivery, we reject it twice. So we come in with the wick. Obviously that shows us that we're respecting it. And then from a 1 minute perspective, then 5-minute perspective, 5-minute perspective, again, same thing. You've got that change in the state of delivery here, which lines up with the 1 minute change in the state, or the 5-minute was check back to the change in the state of delivery and then push to the upside. Then if we drop into the 1 minute, the entry, the reason I'll break this down why I didn't take this, it was a really aggressive entry. So we'd left behind equal lows here. So for me, that's a no-go. I'd like to see this obviously get swept to the downside first before we had that move to the upside, but it didn't do that. So a super aggressive entry. But a lot of the students, I'd usually wait again. Same thing on the 1 minute, a close and a trade above this 1 minute change in the state of delivery. So for people are wondering what a change in the state of delivery is, for me in a bearish market, I'm looking for that last bullish candle, which gives me the tells me that order flow is shifting essentially. Here it's very similar to a structure break, but in other scenarios it's very different. So I'd like to see just a close above that, and then I would have got in. But obviously we had that impulsive move through it, big displacement through, and for me to enter safely, I'd have had to get in here, obviously targeting that 1 hour high, which gives me a net, pretty much a negative risk to reward. But a lot of my students caught this trade from the inverse fair value gap. So as soon as this small fair value gap on the 1 minute got ran through, they were in. Then as soon as that got ran through and took it to the high. But then just breaking down this again, it actually came back to manipulate again. If I just go, let me just zoom back in on this. From the 15-minute perspective and the 1 hour perspective, what it actually did was it actually gave us the external soup. So we had the, obviously the sweep of the high, the sweep of the low here, instant rejection from that or retracement from that, which then obviously gave you, going down to the 15-minute, you had that change in the state of delivery to the upside, which says you want to push to the upside. But this, again, from the student's perspective, was a very aggressive entry. We had that turtle soup put in on the 1 minute. Then it was a run through the fair value gap here, which left behind, obviously, the inverse. You've got the fair value gap here, then entry on that fair value gap, stop below the protected low, and then to take out that 1 hour external high that they were looking to take this morning, which didn't quite get there. So it just wanted that one last manipulation. So what a lot of the boys have been doing this week, the students and things, have been just purely focusing on one pair. Because of the correlation there this week is crazy. It's way out. So yeah, it's been a tricky week.
Yeah, it started last week, right, when we had the interest rate decision in the UK, and the pound went up, the euro kind of continued to move a bit more to the downside, and then it just carried on.
Yeah,
it just carried on. It looks like that maybe the pound on a higher time frame, we finally target that daily high that we had on the left.
Yeah.
So we basically just managed to slightly take that high this morning or yesterday night. So even knowing that price was around that level, like, did you, like, in this case, your students that were trading those opportunities, did they really care at all where price was reacting on the left, or which would you just focus on those 1 minute, 5 minutes time frame to look at the price action?
For obviously me, as the entry wise from the 1 minute perspective were what we call a super aggressive entry, but just because of the way it was obviously reacting from here, you can tell then obviously it's going to sweep one more time and then potentially reverse from there. But again, Pedro, I don't go up as far as the daily. What I go from sometimes the 4 hour, but always 1 hour 15 5-1. Obviously I'm in and out. I've seen some of you've got a trade on there that looks like you'll be holding it for a long time, but as long as like the 1 hour 15 5 and 1 align for me, and then it's enough for me to say I'm going. But again, you're right in what you're saying is you can trade the strategy from any time frame. I personally think looking from a 4 hour perspective as well, we've got this high sat here with how it is at the minute. The only thing is, again, EU is putting me off slightly. I personally think maybe this high will get ran with the way it is at the minute, but with EU still pumping to the downside at the minute, I think it may want to follow. I hope we get caught back up with correlation and it ends up not that far off each other again, so we can get back to good conditions for the strategy I trade. But I am aware this high's here as well. That was another confidence that we could potentially go and sweep this high as well, which is obviously
sometimes when you do have these divergence at this point in two pairs that usually quite correlated. Yeah, it's just maybe a moment of alignment. Maybe pound in this case is just waiting to get to a certain level to finally align with the euro and kind of start moving down.
Yeah.
It feels a little bit more like that. It feels like that euro is already showing signs that it wants to go down, but maybe hasn't really done that bigger move. Because maybe, yes, the pound is still kind of in a moment that's kind of making up his mind of finding the right moment to short it. Maybe even the dollar as well is maybe waiting a little bit as well. Or the dollar index, we haven't really seen that move to the upside or something like that. That's going to be, or it's going to be completely opposite. Or finally the euro is going to get to a point where
catch up to GU,
it's going to just go up and the pound is going to just continue to go higher as well. That's that's the question. Like, which one is going to kind of follow the other? That will be kind of a little bit of the question in this situation. But yeah, it's an interesting one.
Whichever way, I think it'll be fast.
Yeah,
I think the move will be.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions in here? We have about the DAO stream, or that's a nice name, stream or scream. We're going to look at the DAO in a second. Let's just continue a little bit more into these euros, just in case someone is mentioning. I think this is the Simon I think already mentioned. About the buy model. Okay, then was asked. Okay, mentioning. Okay, so the bike next door, it was asking about our name. So my name is Pedro. Okay, kind of Pedro FS if you find me online. FS is because it's actually my name. It's not because it affects the forex. It's actually, my name is Pedro Frank Silva, so FS just facilitates everything.
Really?
And then you have Derry. Yeah, then you have Derry in here as well. And it was Jonatan that was with us as well before. Okay, so we are going to be able to see our faces quite regularly in here on the live stream. Because we are here every week, basically, sometimes more than once per week. So yeah, welcome to the live stream, and don't forget to press the like button. What other pairs are you looking at? Let me just also look at the. Do you want to take a look at the Aussie Yen? I know that's most likely is not a pair that you pay attention to, but if you want, you can take a look at it, and then I can share my opinion as well.
Give me a sec. Let me add it on this one. Add AUD JPY. I wonder. There we go. Okay, so I'm on the daily here. I won't go from the daily because that's not what I do. But for me at the minute, personally, I would stay away from anything looking like this, purely because when you think of the strategy that I trade, in specific, again, everyone's got their own strategies, but we sort of swept this high here and then put in what I would call a sell model. So we had the change in the state of delivery to the downside here. We came back, you can see it clearly. We came back to 50% of that price leg here, 50% just above, and then we had that wick to react. We did push slightly above, but then also after that, as soon as we pushed above, we then put in a new sell model. Let me get rid of this, delete. So we pushed back up. We still respected this, the change in the state. In fact, it's here. So we respected that change in the state, still respecting it. And then we get the change in the state of delivery to the downside here, which displaces through, which obviously for me then has swept all internal liquidity that we've got sat there. So we've got this low sat here that has taken this low, and it's continued to displace lower. So for me at the minute, with how bearish it is, it's continued to displace below this most recent low that we've got here. The next low that we've got is this low, so potential that could be next targets, but it's displacing heavily. So I would like to see, what I always look at is obviously external draws and internal draws. That's my external high. This is my external low. With the displacement that it's given at the minute from an hourly perspective, you could potentially see, not today, but this low get around eventually. Although I would like to see a pullback of some sort, obviously just to get back to equilibrium, rebalance, and then push lower, because we are sort of overextended to the downside here. So again, I'd like to see some sort of rebalance and then maybe a push lower. But having said that, when we're rebalancing, you've got to be careful that we don't put in obviously an hourly buy model. and then it wants to continue to the downside. So for me at the minute, heavily bearish. We are continuing to displace quite cleanly through each internal low, which is my liquidity point. So next targets would be at a minimum this low, but it looks like the way it's displacing that we could potentially be running to this low, which would obviously complete an overall sell model to the downside. Obviously we completed the model to the upside, took out that last row, sell side then to the downside. We had stacked here. Market maker sell model comes into play, and then obviously we're selling off from that area. So at the minute, for me, there's no obvious draws on liquidity apart from internal. This is the obvious draw, but again, that's way off. This, for me, there's just not clean enough price action for me to be trading that to the downside. We're just dumping to the downside and displacing through and disrespecting bullish order flow. So this, for me, would be targets in the long term, but maybe a slight retracement and then push to the downside. But again, would be wary of this low here. So from an hourly perspective, that's my thoughts on that. Let me just get rid of some of these so you can see clearly. And again, same thing from 15-minute perspective. We are just respecting bearish order flow at the minute. We're coming back into fair value gaps and respecting that and pushing to the downside, and then rebalancing each price leg and just continuing to push. If you look, even just on this price leg here, come back, rebalance just at the 50%, just above the 50%, and then push to the downside. The same then on this price leg from a 15-minute perspective. We come into this price leg, 50% here, we wick above that, and then obviously respect equilibrium, keep pushing to the downside. So at the minute, for me, it is super bearish. It's just respecting bearish order flow. For me to take a trade to go in line for sort of, if you're talking like from a 1 hour perspective to follow that order flow, I'd like to see a super get put in so we manipulate both sides. At the minute, we've ran through this low, which gives me obviously the low being ran, but I'd like to see potentially a sweep of this side here, which will put in the turtle soup for me, and then I'd like to see a displacement on a lower time frame to then go hunt this low. But at the minute, when it's just following order flow like this, I'm always careful because you can get manipulated, or with what I trade, you can get manipulated. So I tend to stay away when it's completely following order flow. I'd like to see if we're getting this, so we're creating higher highs and higher lows, for example. I like to see a low get ran before I look for anything, or a high get ran before I look for anything, instead of it just creating higher highs and higher lows. For me, I don't like this because it's just following order flow, and it just shows to me that we're potentially going to manipulate at some point. And again, it hasn't happened on the way down here, which for me says we do a correction or manipulation of buy side at some point before we look for entry. So that's what I'm looking at.
We are the same. So you don't like to trade straight away these small retracements and try to short it, right? You like to wait for that kind of manipulation, at least to fake out some, because you know that some at some point that's going to happen, right? So you start anticipating that to happen. So when price is just respecting the previous highs or kind of the normal, you kind of okay, it makes sense. You are waiting for what usually doesn't make sense, like so that manipulation. Okay, you are just like me. That's why I struggle with trend continuation setups.
Yeah,
I hate them. I see them working, but yeah, I do wait for that manipulation. I keep waiting for that manipulation, and sometimes never happen, and price just goes.
Yeah, exactly the same. It makes me nervous when I see a falling order flow like this.
Yeah, me too. It's interesting. For everyone else, it will be just make sense. Yeah, just price retrace back to that 50% or whatever. Just short it, keep shorting. Yeah, I know it makes sense. For me, it makes sense as well. But I'm waiting for that extra manipulation. Maybe because anytime maybe we try to actually just follow the flow of the market, we do get that manipulation. So okay, leave it. But for now on, I'm going to just wait for manipulation. There's no more.
I think though, Pedro, on that is people watching probably think. Like when I first pulled up AUD, Aussie and Japanese yen there, it was even just looking at it from an hour perspective, I'll stay away because of this. That price action for me is awful. Although it's pumping to the downside, and a lot of people say it is pushing to the downside, it is. But I like to see some price action, like from if you caught the sell from here with that change in the state of delivery, the retracement, and then shorted, this for me in this area is way cleaner. We've swept the high. We've had that change in the state of delivery. We've had that order flow shift. And now we can look for, obviously, your sells down to lower areas of liquidity and internal liquidity, low resistance liquidity in that area. But this, for me, even if I pull up my favorite pairs, euro, dollar, and pound dollar, if I don't see sort of a high get swept and then disrespect of order flow to the opposing direction, I'll stay away.
So you wouldn't really feel comfortable trading within that rectangle that you just draw at the top?
This is where I become... Yeah.
In that, yeah, me too. That's where we're going. Yeah, me too. At the extreme, yeah, that would be the level for me.
Yeah.
Then, like, the idea to be already in the trade in there and just enjoy the move to the downside, being already in the trade, and not try to look for the trade as price is moving down. That would be that would be how I feel comfortable as well.
Yeah.
On that type of setup. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, okay. So yeah, Dan is mentioning good looking Aussie and for retracement area. Dan, if you want to mention where are you looking for longs, maybe Dan can analyze specifically that level, because you mentioned that you are looking for longs. At this point, I'm kind of with Terry. I would just let Aussie and continue to drop until it starts showing signs that it wants to reverse. I don't really see that yet at this point. So everyone is doing the countdown for the PPI. Like it's like a big event. Let's just jump into the DAO, because the stream or scream is literally asking. It's the second time I think to looking for the DAO. So yeah, let's look at DAO and then maybe I will look at DAO myself as well.
Again, I don't trade this for people watching, so don't judge the analysis on this. Again, though, instantly for me pulling this up until we get a disrespectful order flow, you can see it. We are just so bullish at the minute without any. Okay, if I go from the daily, we have swept the low and then continue to the upside. We push the upside from the daily perspective. So for me, really, from a daily perspective, I'd like to see this high get ran before I'd be looking for anything from a daily perspective. The only reason I've gone to the daily here is because obviously from the hour and 4 hour, we are super bullish. But again, what I was saying there is every time I see a sweep of a low or a high, I like to look, then you can see it happens over and over in the markets. You get, again, from if you're looking bullish wise, you get a sweep of the high. And then we continue to sell off, changing the state of delivery. We retest that, and then we're looking to take the next draw on liquidity, which is here. But from the daily perspective, I'd like to now obviously see what I'd call the objective to the upside hit on the daily, take that high, and then I'd be looking for trades from that area, which also coincides with the 4 hour. But having said that, from a 4 hour perspective, we have got this high here, which has just been ran. So will we get signs of reversal from here? Potentially. If we did get that, then I would be looking. Obviously, I don't trade US30, but just from my analysis, if we get sort of a shift in order flow from here, then I would be looking, because we have just swept that high on the 4 hour, which would be an area I would be looking at essentially. So at the minute, we're just super bullish. You can see it's super overextended. We are due a retracement. Having said that, US30 sometimes doesn't retrace for weeks on end. So again, this would be something I'd be monitoring from here to see if we can get a shift in order flow to the downside. And then obviously, like I said, the daily liquidity is here, and then obviously internal liquidity wise, you'd be looking from a 4 hour perspective. I'd be looking to take this lower at a minimum. So do a retracement from just like of experience and seeing what's happening. We're super overextended. We've just swept the 4 hour high. We are aware that it's got this high above, but I'd be waiting for a shift in order flow from that perspective now. And then dropping down to the hourly, you can see again, that's that hourly high there as well, which we have sort of what I like to use, accumulation, manipulation, distribution. So at the minute for me, we are accumulating here. We've put in sort of these equal highs here as well from an hourly perspective, just here. So I'd like to see some sort of manipulation of that and then a push to the downside. So if we sort of got accumulate, and then this happened, then changing the state of delivery, then I'd be looking short from this area. So for me, either we're going to get a manipulation of these equals here, because you can see quite clearly see we are accumulating, and then go short from there, or we're going to continue to displace, it's not going to manipulate, and then we're going to go and take obviously this high here. So for me, react, don't predict. Hope that helps on that one.
Yeah, just one question here, because
go for it.
how long does it take to get paid after opening an account? This is around 14 days. Okay, so when you get the account, it's going to be around 14 days to get the first payout. So that's the time that we're going to need to wait. Then you have success driven, saying that's not showing the Visa card. Success driven, we are seeing your comment. You don't really need to spam the chat. The best thing to do is actually to ask the support team. Again, another comment. The best thing to do is to ask the support team and not asking us, okay? Because that's not exactly again, Jesus. Okay, I think you're making fun by now. Okay, leave it. Okay, yeah, I can maybe try to show a little bit of what I'm looking at on the. Where is my
success driven? Just quickly as well, because you are spamming it there. There is a live chat, like Pedro was saying. Just go to the live chat and they will help you there.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, so basically, I think we have a clear example of a purple soup set up on the higher time frame for you, like when you look at this chart, basically price sweeping, taking this top and then kind of taking this low and kind of looking for a long. That's kind of in a higher time frame, clear example, textbook. That would be kind of the example of a turtle soup. And then did you pay attention? Try to kind of look for price to retest this level in here on the left side, kind of to enter somewhere in here. Is that kind of the level that you try to?
I traded US 30 100%. That's what I'd be looking for. Is this as soon as we get the retest of that, a rebalance, then I'd be looking to go. Yeah.
And maybe some kind of retracement, kind of like this as well. Do you consider is this top and somewhere around here in the middle? These are okay. 61.8, perfect.
Yeah,
and exactly. You'd go for the one. Yeah, that's actually a nice little demand zone as well that we left behind. Yeah. So yes, we did have that move. We did manage to already take slightly the top, the new all-time highs, just a little bit, and then price just dropped. To be honest, I could see a little bit more of a space to the downside, so this low may have not really reacted from where I wanted in terms of the next structure, but that's okay. That's maybe for the future. Price reacted really nicely from here. This could have been another potential long opportunity. If not this one, maybe this one could have been another one. This is kind of another example, right? I'm just kind of mastering. Is this kind of a new example of a turtle sub? Or yeah, good.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm just spotting examples now of turtle subs everywhere. Yeah, now as you mentioned, price did take that low. I think I need to see a bit more confirmation that actually price wants to reverse to the downside. We do have this gap, even though price cannot feel it, or the gap was created on the left side. But sometimes price actually does want to go, or for some reason that's still a key level. So yes, we may have maybe some reactions still a little bit higher. Maybe price can take these highs in here a little bit, maybe spiking up and go. The problem is that we are so close to all-time highs. We have seen Nasdaq, S&P continue to break new all-time highs. Maybe Dow is lagging a little bit. Who knows if we're actually going to go higher? We're just a little bit cautious. If this was in any other circumstance and this is not all-time highs, maybe I will be a bit more confident in trying maybe to short in here, and maybe even trying to go for something like this. But at this point, I do need more confirmation. Maybe spiking somewhere in here, maybe then taking these lows again. Something like this, the basically what I draw in here. If something like that happens, basically meaning that this structure is this structure, then maybe that can trigger into a sell opportunity, or maybe a bit more of a bigger reversal. Who knows? Maybe back into this previous structure in here somewhere. And maybe can find some kind of good risk reward on this type of a trade. But for now, for example, something that can happen is which is price touches this level, touches back this level of oh, there you go, the news, and price is moving down. Euro is moving down, pound is moving down, dollar most likely is moving up. API was slightly higher than expected. Yeah, dollar is moving to the upside. Yeah, I think PPI comes out. So let's see if we finally have some kind of proper movement in here. Yeah, pound just took that top and it's moving down. Okay. Yeah, the yen is moving down. Yeah, euro moving down. All right.
Yeah.
And gold, yeah, gold is moving to the downside as well. It was a big move on the indices. The indices actually moving down. So basically you have PPI slightly higher than expected. I don't know how higher it was. Second. Yeah, that was quite higher. It was expecting 0.2, it was 0.9. Yeah, that can be a little bit scary in terms of what the market was expecting comparing with what the CPI was. So that's actually seen as bad news for the US. Especially the indices.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see how it reacts. So that's going to be an interesting one for the opening. Maybe do have some selling pressure coming in on the Dow, and maybe in general also on the indices, Nasdaq, S&P, and so on. All right, that's going to be an interesting one. It's good to see some opposite moves.
Oh, yeah.
The dollar Yeah, dollar index is almost took that top. About 2, and gold, what is gold doing? Yeah, gold is moving down. I still respected this well, so yeah, haven't really got to where I wanted neither. Okay. And oil is actually something that I'm paying attention as well. I think
Do you trade oil off as well?
Not a lot, but sometimes, like as a swing, not a swing, but waiting for price to get into higher time frame levels. I think it's a good pair to trade. It's an interesting one. Like it's an asset that you cannot just keep pushing higher or keep pushing lower. Right? There's literally market participants that influence a lot the price of this asset. So that's an interesting one. It respects some normal price action, like break off trend line, goes and then comes back. So yeah, it's getting closer to these 62, 61s. I'm actually going to start being interested in looking for potential longs after this big sell-off. From the 71s all the way to 61, that's already $10 down. I think we may have some buying pressure, at least maybe to 65 or something like that. So I'm following it. I'm just literally tracking it, and I'm going to be paying attention to short it. But yeah, there are periods where I do like it, and it's so kind of uncorrelated with the rest that it's a nice pair also to trade.
How long do you usually do your positions for, Pedro? I know it's always different, but you're really swing trading, you know.
No, it's not exactly a swing. I like to look for higher time frame levels, but then I can trade it kind of an intraday or keep trade open for a few days. So it's not exactly more than a week that I'll keep it. Maybe a few days if price just keeps going on my favor. But sometimes I may find these opportunities and I even just take the trade intraday and just keep it open like for 4 or 5 hours, whatever. How long does it take? Yeah, but there are a few assets. Yeah, there are a few assets like oil or euro pound or something like that. That I think it's worth to look at the higher time frame levels because price tends to respect them quite nicely, and usually there is really good reactions from those levels, and you can basically trade higher time frame level towards to the next higher time frame level, and just keep bouncing like that. So that's that's a nice one. I'm tracking oil in here. We have the mask man on the back end. I don't know when he's ready. When Zoro is on the door. What's up?
How is everyone doing on this beautiful day? What day is it? It's Thursday, the 14th. How are you two guys going today?
Good, mate. You?
I'm busy as always, looking at price action in the background. I thought that was a very nice move up to the daily order block for those who have it marked, and it reacted beautifully to that order block. I'll talk about it, and I'll show. I'm already talking about it, but I'll show it visually as well in a couple of minutes. But are you guys in any trades?
Not
yet. No, not yet. I was trying to short the pound, but a little bit higher. So that really went to my level, and I'm potentially looking for gold to go a little bit more to look for longs. Well, I can see that indices, the US indices are literally just dropping. Yeah, this just continue to drop. Let me just reply to Gabriel, because Gabriel has been asking for pound yen for quite a lot, and I promised that you'll be next. So Gabriel was looking for. Okay, let's see what was the question. He asked like quite a few times, not as a spamming way like someone else's, but yeah, it was kind of polite way. So, could you please look at TJ? Do you think it could drop to 197? So 197, if I'm not mistaken, is where I have it in here on my chart. So 197. A little bit too lower. Okay, kind of coming back into this structure. It is possible. By the way, Victor, did you trade pound yen? Because there was a trade in here that you talked about on Tuesday. You didn't trade this one.
No, I didn't. No.
Okay.
You did?
No, I didn't. You talked about it. Maybe someone did, but was it to reply to the other guy that was asking about a signal or setup or something like that? I don't remember now what was the moment. But I remember that you talked about this level. It respected quite nicely. Price went up, but meanwhile already evolved and it broke. So Gabriel, just to reply to your question, it is a valid level. I could see maybe 3 levels that price could bounce from. Maybe one of them is where price is reacting right now. Another one is here a little bit in the middle. It's not exactly my favorite, so maybe I could skip that one. And then it's the level that you are looking for 197, which is also in alignment with this previous low in here. It's maybe depending how you look at it, it may even be considered a quasi model. Who knows?
Hey, did I hear Quasimodo? Who's talking about Quasimodo?
Yeah, I don't know.
Pedro.
I don't know, but this could be looking like something. This drawing, right? It broke structure as well. We could broke this top. We kind of fake out that level. Who knows if this looks like a good level to look for? The question is price actually ready to go all the way down in here or not, or price will just continue to push a little bit more to the upside, and maybe price will just respect this demand. So. Gabriel, I'm not sure if you are looking for a target in here or if it is a long opportunity that you are looking in here. If this is a target, I'll be a little bit conservative. Maybe price is not going to go there straight away. I don't know if you are in a short or no. I have no idea. If this is a future long opportunity that you are looking for, yeah, that's possible, and maybe that can be a good zone to maybe look for a long, depending then of course how price may react or whatever system you usually use to execute your trades. So yeah, two different things. Is this a target or is this kind of an entry point that you are looking for? For target, well, price still needs to break a few levels before it gets there. So be careful with that. As a long opportunity, if you are patient enough, maybe that's a good level to look for. What is your take, guys? What do you think about this pound yen?
I'm going to take a look at it. I'm getting ready here to see what I see. Maybe I should just do the the breakdown, tap down, while we have EU going moving a lot. Let's see what is EU doing in the background. Okay, no problem. Let's head back to GJ, and I'm going to show my chart so we can do it together, if that's okay with you guys.
Go ahead.
Oh, I haven't put up my screen yet. You like that?
I would go long on that one. I saw Quasimodo in there. I would go long straight away. By order.
Marketed all, right away. 20 lots. Okay, now it's supposed to be no, is it? No, it is supposed to be yeah, it is. Okay, all right. So let's take a look at this. On the higher time frame, those lines do not look like charts, but let's take a look. Firstly, we look for relevant structures, meaning the last structures that were created on each time frame. On the daily time frame, we have something above, and we're coming from not the daily, the monthly. So automatically, it's reasonable to expect that we're going from one level to the other one. And since we haven't reached it yet, it's only logical to have that on the back of your head or mind, to reach, that at sometime in the future, we're going to be most likely reaching it. And you could have had that idea all the way from when we left and actually also retested on this candle, retested that order block. Very beautiful move. We're very close to it. Let's look at the weekly. What are we seeing? We do have a quasi. Yes, we do. There is a bullish quasi right here, which is this one. I don't have it marked. It's not very relevant because it's a bullish. It's only going to be giving us signals if it price were to come back all the way down at some time in the future before continuing higher. If it continues to go higher, then we probably will this quasi will not be valid to be traded anymore. Let's zoom in to price action in this time frame, and what do we see? We have a bearish order block. I'm sorry, a bullish one. What am I? This is Thursday. We have a bullish structure right here. Price comes back beautifully, comes back to retest it and moves out. Easy peasy, right? That's the whole idea. Catch these moves as they come back to these order blocks and move away. Nothing too difficult, right? Let's not overcomplicate things. There is, however, in this time frame, it is visible. Probably it wasn't visible last time we were looking at this, but there is also a Let me take that away. There is an outside bar here, but we do have a fresh order block, which we are currently retesting. Price has already squeezed it on the top side without reaching that monthly structure we have here. But I would still expect at some point, right, a couple of bars in the future, perhaps reaching this monthly. And currently, this current candle, let's move this away, right? That move, this order block has already done its job, right? Price came smock, retested, moves away. That's it. We don't go for the second retest. And the second order block, which was created, of course, last week, has been retested this week already. And if you go deeper, that would be where I would be looking for the long. Obviously, already happened. And in here, since this is a weekly time frame, weekly fresh order block, I would be looking for possible alignment with some kind of a bearish structure as well for that push that we expect from the weekly. Although the more it squeezes, the less likely that's going to be. All right, so we do have, let's see, we do have a, is this a quasi? This would be the head. For those, yesterday I had someone, asking about the objectivity of how I draw the quasis, and in this instance, right, it's not any high swing point, right, any swing higher or swing point that can be considered the quasi. The quasi in this case, as you can see, that's the only one that matters, right? Previously we had this one, but if you're going to look for breakout structures, necklines being broken, then you're going to be looking for this structure where we have right here. Once it breaks, when it closes above, right, before we had this move, this would be the head, right? That's the highest point from price going back, right? From this order block, the neckline was here, and you can see that it did break the neckline. However, what happened to that quasi? Never triggered, right? Not only that, it broke this order block, as we can see, and it closed yesterday above the head, meaning that the quasi that was visible here is no longer valid. It's no longer visible, valid, whatever you want to call it. We cannot trade from it anymore. So what do we have? We have a new possible head. This becomes the neckline, and we're just going to be patient and waiting. If price doesn't break this, we have no reason to act upon to look for a short, a swing short. Lower time frames, we can still go short because we do have, as we are looking right here, there is a bearish daily being shown, bearish daily structure, but it hasn't closed yet. So we'll have to wait for that to close today to see if it closes and creates an order block in the process, right? So we do have the daily quasi, right, the neckline, which is this. So I'm not, as a swing trader, I'm not going to be not even looking for a short as long as the daily this neckline hasn't been broken, and I don't care the fact that there is a bearish structure on the weekly, because we need alignment, right? So basically, the market has been broke the reversal pattern we had previously, even though it had broken the neckline. Because of that close, the sell, the opportunity, the opportunity to look for a sell, in my opinion, is no longer present. So at least not based on this structure. So what are we left with on this time frame? There isn't any fresh order block, and there isn't any quasi at play, so I don't have anything else to look for a trade, not in this time frame. Let's look for lower time frames, right? We have the let's see, we have this would be the head. There is a quasi in here, but remember, this is a H4, right? This is a bearish reversal pattern for our this will make then this the left shoulder, the head, and it left a order block right here as a possible entry order block for the H4. We don't have anything. I like it when there's only one or maybe two, because it's clearer. Either it's gonna trigger it or not, and then you have nothing else to do. keep in mind that the momentum, is to the downside. So you don't want to be looking. Yesterday as well, someone was asking about the probabilities of when we have a valid quasi that price would go to that structure. I don't look for that. I'm not interested in taking the price to my area. I'm interested in what price does when it gets to the area. So it may not even get it anytime soon, and if this continues to go lower, probably I will simply not have an entry. So I'm going to be waiting for price to come back to this area, and then I'll decide, given the alignment, if we have a structure or a signal that I can trade from. Okay, so that's GJ in terms of intraday. Yes, there is a order block here. With this order block, I think that's the one you were talking about, Pedro. The past of that outside bar, the bullish outside bar that we got very beautifully. I mean, this is exactly. I say, keep it simple. Let's not overcomplicate things, but it really is this simple, right? Price creates the order block, comes back, retests, and moves away. That's it. Of course, you may approach this differently, looking for different profiles and multiple entries or just one, and all of that, all of those good stuff. But this happened in the Asian after my trading window. In any case, it was, I think, at the end of New York session, where London already was closed, if I'm not mistaken. Let's check that. Yeah, this happened at night, and that's outside of my trading. I don't have trading permission to activate any signal here. So I wouldn't be able to have traded it. However, if someone would, let's take a look to see, because it is beautiful. Let's take a look if you had the same methodology for trading for order block using quasis and order block being fresh and all of that, would you have entered? Let's take a look on the H2. Yes, that would be exactly that. It's visible as well on the H2, and that's something that I need for my entry. It needs to be visible in two relevant time frames, and it is in this case. So I would be looking for, when it gets this area, I would be interested in looking for an entry, and let's see if it did give us that beautiful entry. It's about, let's see, let's take a look. In the meantime, guys, if this is what you enjoy watching, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, make it known for everyone that you do like us breaking these charts down. The quasi isn't visible, or it isn't valid from the structures to the left. That means that I wouldn't be, maybe on the 15. Let's take a look. Maybe on the 15. Nope, nothing there as well. Let's see, nothing there as well. Well, maybe there is something here. Let's take a look. Let's take a. There you go. That's the 15-minute quasi. There we go. Look at that. How many do we have? That's 1, 2, and 3. Beautiful. Did not trade it. As I said, it was outside of my trading period trading window. Look at that. It did this would have been able to be traded as well. Didn't react and complete the structure, but you definitely had that reaction. And the second one was the one that created the reversal, right? So price comes back to the order block using multiple time frames and multiple structures on the different time frames, and you see this reaction, and it completes the section right here in about the next day. Let's see, it's the next day in about what's that, 3-15 hours. It reached TP. Beautiful. Okay, so let's switch to that. That's already passed, of course, but that's only looking back. How would you have done it? Some people might say, that's hindsight. Well, but if it's the same rules being used all the time, meaning you can use it going forward and for future price action, right? There isn't. I'm not a discretionary trader. I use these rules to find them. All right. So, is there anything right now? Not really. I only see this H4 order block, and I only want to be looking for a short here unless we create some new structure in here. Nothing pops to my mind so far. Nope. Yeah, I don't see anything else. That's a huge move down. I would want to wait for price to come to the other area. I mean, the only one area we have here to sell from. And as a long, let's see if we have a. That's the weekly. Yes, for the long we had this right here. That's not what I meant to do. Let's see if we have a daily. We don't have a daily. No, we don't. And on the H4, we do have a structure here. Price comes very neatly to it. Beautiful. Look at that. It's not a trade that I wouldn't have traded this because this is not a fresh order block. But look at that. I mean, tell me you wouldn't be able to trade this, right? This one is the second retest. Didn't work as well as the first one. This is the first retest. That's the second retest, and you can see on the first one it reacts. That's why I want to only be trading the first one, and on the second time it usually is weaker. It can still work, but your win rate is much lower. But it does go to the next structure and reacts beautifully there. That's it. That's on GJ. Hopefully, I didn't check who asked for this.
Gabriel.
Gabriel. All right, Gabriel. I hope you had what you look for, or if not, let us know, and we'll gladly take a look again to that pair. We also have someone asking for BTC. Maybe one of you two want to take care of that.
Pedro, go on, mate.
Bitcoin? Who asked for Bitcoin?
I didn't see it, Pedro. I didn't see it.
Okay. There you go. Sakio. There you go. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin crypto is on fire, right? So Bitcoin yesterday, or I think yesterday, I was tracking oil to see where to look for a long.
Let's do it now. Let's do it right here, right now.
Come on, Victor.
There we go. I got my my mask off.
Wait, let me go full screen, quick.
Mask is completely off, as you can see. Mask is
no, one second, Peter. Put your mask on. I have a better picture for you. Come on, put your mask on. Do you have your mask on?
I do.
Okay, this is better.
Okay. Let me see if I can make it.
Yeah, there's Spider-Man now.
Something like this, right?
Spider-Man with mask, with a hat. Okay, looking at Bitcoin. What a move now today, after the news. Well, there's nothing much, right? Because price just broke all-time highs. This was kind of a natural move. We had this really strong level of structure in the past. Price broke it, naturally comes back, and now it moved to the upside. So if you're looking for longs, those longs happen beginning of August, basically last week. You could have had opportunity to go long in here and go long as price was continuing to break new highs. There were several opportunities for you to go long until eventually price retested or came all the way back to these tops in here, at least maybe start taking these levels. So now we did it, and as soon as you get into new highs, new all-time highs, who knows what's going to happen? Like, we have no idea what kind of set of orders are going to be adding to the market. We don't have any information on the left. I always like to have more information on the left side. So for me to trade at all-time highs, I need a bit more cautious, or I need more information. Okay, but this was a good reaction. So basically price just took the top, moved all the way down, actually is coming back into this structure. So basically where price retested now. And we'll see. But if you want, you can trade maybe this range. You can look at the previous low that was basically created in here. We have a new top being created as well. If you do want to trade this range, if you think that price may wants to come all the way back into this level and then try to go for longs, you can. Maybe this is as one that you maybe try to look for it. It depends on the approach. If I'm looking for sales as a counter trend trader, I'll be a bit more cautious at this point. I wouldn't jump into sales. Of course, maybe when price broke this structure, maybe could have tried to catch this sell, but it's not exactly the type of opportunities I look for. So I want to see price evolving a little bit more, maybe create some kind of price action similar to what happened in here on this side, where at least we managed to break proper structure. There was literally a break into this level, and then maybe wait for this type of PA around here, maybe new break, and now you can maybe look for a sell at this point. Yeah, maybe we'll wait for price to go higher a little bit, and we'll see then what's going to happen. But Bitcoin may not be the only one, right? We have Ethereum. Ethereum got in really close to 4,800, basically the previous all-time high. What a massive move since April on Ethereum. It's completely massive, from 1,400 basically to almost 5,000. Yeah, you may take the highs. That's kind of what I'm looking for, and then maybe some retest of this structure as a potential continuation to the upside or something in here. I think somewhere around here we can maybe try to find new buying pressure on Ethereum. Maybe price can even take the highs first before doing that. At this point is holding, most likely attracting as many people as possible to try to sell in here before maybe the highs are being taken. That tends to happen as well. So we do have a massive move on crypto. As a reference, if you do want to continue to add more correlation, maybe start looking for some more confirmation on the type of entries that you can look. You can even look at Ethereum, Bitcoin, just to see maybe between both of them, between Ethereum and Bitcoin, which one maybe you could expect some bigger reaction. You can see that exactly since April, basically Ethereum, Bitcoin just reached this beautiful demand zone on the higher time frame. Look at that, and since then, that's when you had the massive move on Ethereum. Bitcoin still continuing to push to the upside, but not as much as Ethereum. So if you want to position yourself on the best pair, maybe to look for this move, that will be one of them. We are approaching this level, so after we get a little bit into this level, maybe going to start seeing Ethereum losing a little bit of momentum, and maybe from this level we can start having a little bit more of selling pressure. So now Ethereum may start losing momentum, so all this massive move that we had on Ethereum, price is going to start slowing down a little bit. Even maybe after taking the all-time highs, it may start slowing down, still going up, but starting to slow down until maybe start finding some selling pressure. And maybe at this point, maybe Bitcoin is going to start being the one providing with the best opportunities. Yeah, that's my take on Bitcoin. Yeah, that's my take on Bitcoin. It's all-time highs, it's super volatile, and we'll see.
I like that. There's one thing I want to show on Bitcoin. If you probably, I don't know if you just mentioned it or not, but I will take a look from it, at it. Let me switch to mine. We are obviously on the higher time frame very bullish. Nothing to say about that. We did leave on the monthly a weekly order block behind, and we did not react to the weekly bearish structure, right? That's what happens where you are in a trend, right? It breaks the opposite, or it breaks the contrarian structures. Otherwise, it will not be able to continue the trend, right? The trend is based on it making higher highs, and that's only possible if it breaks these structures. So that does not surprise us at all in principle. So we on the monthly we don't have anything else. The weekly did create a bullish structure, but we haven't come back to it. And actually, that was after we made this all-time high, right? So that's perfect, right? It breaks it, comes back, and gets support. Buying pressure goes up, and that's exactly what you want to be seeing. You want to be seeing healthy retracements, and buying power coming in, momentum, these structures being created, right? Bullish structures in a quite significant time frame, the weekly. Now the other thing, we on a more zoomed in level, we can see obviously that the market, as we said, right, it's on an uptrend, and it's likely to break this structure sometime in the future, right? At some point, maybe soon, maybe not. But what I can see is that we do have a order block on the daily time frame, which we are currently reacting from. It's no longer fresh, I have to add, but it is being. It wasn't. We can see clearly how liquidity was taken from one side and it, something changed. Sellers took control and pushed price much lower, and we'll have to see if it actually closes like so going forward. Because if it does, then we should be looking for price to either, there's another daily here, which is I shouldn't skip, which is this one, right? And actually there's another one in the middle as well, but actually there's a quasi in here. Let's not forget about that. I'm gonna check that while we have a time bomb in the background. Did you guys hear that? It sounded like the one of those like
you have 5 seconds, Victor.
Yeah,
you have 5 seconds to make up your mind.
That's
it's
my
like
camera actually downloading something that I've been doing this morning, and the battery's just died on it, so it just went beep, beep, beep.
It sounded like mission. Remember the Mission Impossible series when this message will be what is it, deleted, something like that. It says in so many minutes or seconds actually. So anytime now you'll see smoke coming out somewhere. Let's see. We have the order blocks. So these will be great areas to. That would be the left shoulder. The neckline. That's the. This would be the left shoulder, the head. Is that correct? No, actually, would be the left shoulder, and we could be looking for a long entry area on this time frame when we get to these areas. So let me mark them as they should. Entry order blocks on the daily, and then we can go to lower time frame to see if we can find some alignment with other time frames as well, as in this case the 4 hour. So we have 1, 2, and 3. That's beautiful, but let's chart. Let's measure if this is yes. So that tells me that I'm interested in looking for possible longs from this area. Right, we have alignment from the daily and the 4 hour on this area. So whenever we get on the lower time frame a confirmation, we can start looking for a possible entry. Go to the minutes if necessary, depending on your strategy. That's the entry order block, and we have a beautiful alignment on the daily and the 4 hour. So I want to be looking for this kind of movement in the when price gets to these structures, while without invalidating the higher time frame as well. So as long as the alignment is present, I want to be taking these quasis on the lower time frame, maybe on the 15, the 5, even on the 1 minute for the continuation, because on the higher time frame this is still bullish, very bullish. Just took the previous high, took it out, meaning it's going to probably retrace maybe to here, maybe lower, and maybe even lower, but eventually we should be looking for pricing going higher again, because that's the trend that we are in. So this is a nice opportunity, I think, for those who haven't gotten their doses of BTC yet. They can pile up as it gets into these areas and give you some opportunity. So there is a quasi right here on current levels, and obviously there's here as well another quasi that is being created or has been created already. And if price gets here and gives you enough reasons to go long, especially if it dips into that weekly order block and comes back, that could be a nice area to go long as well. So we have plenty of opportunities. When I see this, right, this bearish, very ominous candle on the daily, it's not always the case, but I mean, instead of being scared, we should see where's the opportunity. It's not right here, right now, but if price goes into these areas, then that's where you want to be buying. That's my view on Bitcoin.
Yeah, more or less the same, to be honest. I kind of agree with you. Yeah, we'll see. What else? What else are you looking? Gold, maybe? Pound, dollar? What pairs do you want us to look at?
Let's check with the chat, because let's not forget, the chat is in control. Yes, you guys are in the steering wheel. You guys can decide.
GBP,
if
USD.
we... I beg your pardon?
That's Shakti GBP USD, GBP USD.
Okay, let's take a look at that. Or would you want to do that, Derry?
Yeah, go for it, mate. Go for it.
All right. Pound dollar. What do we see here? Right from the higher time frames, we do have a quasi here, neckline, head, and that gives us a nice order block on the monthly. Not surprisingly, that's why we had a bearish reversal pattern on the monthly, and we are currently retesting that area. So that's it explains to us why we got that move. And let's go to the lower time frame to see if we have alignment for that move, right? So there is a bearish reaction from the weekly and the monthly structure. That's this move that we've had since we reached the area. I mean, isn't it obvious, guys? Right? There is a weekly structure here, a weekly order block on the weekly quasi, that being the left shoulder, the left shoulder, the neckline, and the head. And you can see, I mean, this is the general area, and in between here there is one order block that was needed for price to react from. Beautiful. I'd like to see that. If we go nearer, we have more recently, this one has been taken out already, but on the more recently we had the creation of this order block, which has been retested. That's this week. That's the retest, the immediate retest that is. And so basically right now we are on our way back. Things have switched back on the weekly, on the near term. And I would be looking for a long, right? Based on this, at least I would want to look for a long based on that fresh order block on the weekly time frame. Even though, yes, we did react from the higher time frame, but that move already had its turn, basically, right? When we reacted from the order block to the left and created a new one, everything switched, and we should be looking, we should follow the market in the direction that it is showing it wants to move, which in this case is long. We do have on the weekly, I don't have it marked here, but there is a bearish structure as well. It's getting very tight where these structures are created. That's an indication of indecision when you have bearish and bullish structures being so close to each other that they overlap. When that happens, that's treacherous, right? Because both of them can move price, even on basically on the same time, on the same period, creating their structures for going the direction of each one of them, meaning long from here and short from there. So let's look at the daily time frame. Let's see, we have this weekly hasn't been invalidated yet, but I'm going to take it away a little bit. We do have a very beautiful daily order block. You guys see that? We had already a daily quasi from the left, but now we have a quasi from here. Let's take a look at this. Very clear, very simple, and it's I don't have any area other than this to go for. Either it needs to go higher, and perhaps I could then trade this, but currently that's not possible. Not to me in any case. And this is not a fresh order block, nor part of a quasi, or maybe it is. Actually, it is. So actually that turns this to be a bearish order block, an entry. Right, there's multiple opportunities on both sides. This is the neckline that makes this the left shoulder, the head. Break of the neckline has some reaction, but eventually it breaks down, and it comes back to an order block, which makes sense to short from, which is this. I'm switching sides quickly. Don't get confused. The weekly order block tells me that the buyers have been in control so far for the last couple of, 10 days or so. But the fact that we are within a nice area to be shorting from based on the quasi, I want to be looking for that short, right? This is the quasi from before that I mentioned that has been taken out and comes back to react from it. Beautiful. Couldn't have asked for a better reaction. Okay, so we have the daily. So I'm looking for a short from here. and the long side, which is the preferred direction, we don't have anything except this at this moment. Maybe it's something we can keep in our mind for something for later. Maybe if this, as I said, if this extends a little bit, then maybe the border of the weekly order block can be a valid structure to be traded from. So let's look at the H4, which is the next in line, to see if we have Dan Man Gamehouse is asking for gold. We're gonna go. We're gonna catch. We're gonna go there with always popular gold trade here to be traded. Let's look if we have a H4 quasi. Let's have a look on this time frame, right? Using this as a possible head, because the bigger one would definitely not be valid for an H4, and this one is valid. Yes. So my last area would be this. This would be one. Look at that. H4 entry order block. Here you have one. Where was it? 2 and then 3. And the last one is the one that worked. Here you have it. Price reaches it, but never invalidates it. And not only that, beautiful. Look at how it creates that outside bar, telling us that, for the H4, that's when the sellers took control. That's exactly what you want to be seeing on a H4 entry order block bearish, right? That's right there. So if we do get a pushback into this order block, I would be more than happy to take a short from there, because that's where you want to be shorting from. Let's see, and that goes for the alignment on multiple time frames. Let's see, we have on the H4, H2 as well. It does not refine it any further, which is a pity, but it does not matter. You just follow the rules, and you will get the same results you got if you follow the rules in your testing, right? In your previous data you have collected, right? So this is the area I want to be trading from. You can just take a short from current levels and target this, right? Put your stop above that structure and then target something that makes sense on the H4. That would be this, or something on a higher time frame. That would be this. That would be a nice trade that I would happily to take. Be happy to take from that trade. That's on the H4, reacting on the daily order block, as well as the H4 quasi that we have right there. And if I were to take a more like a sniper entry, I would be waiting for price to come back to this area and see. Actually, I can have no, this is fine. I think I was gonna refine it, but this is 22 is just perfect, no problem at all. And I will go to lower time frame to find, maybe not today, because it looks like the momentum is to the downside, but maybe later on it will come back before continuing, something like that. And then you want to be looking for these structures to get into, right? So looking, this is the 15-minute quasi, and that gives you some beautiful structures right here to short from, right? Patience, my friend. Wait for price to come to you, and then you take the short from these levels. If it does come back, it doesn't come all the way, all the time. So that's one thing. I like the GU because of the alignment on the daily and the 4 hour. I like that a lot. So that would be something to look for. And if you're, what has pound done so far in terms of the range? 48. It means it still has, the possibility to go much lower. And the this order block was just created, very fresh. So actually, I would be very keen to see if we can have a reaction from it, because I expect this to go much, much lower. If we can get a little retracement into it, that would be awesome. Look at that. Look at that on the H1, not H1, 5 minute. This is the head. That's the lowest point. And if we start from above, you have 1, 2. That's the same one, and 3. The third one is not valid in my book. So basically, you have one very tight area here, which is only the extreme, so it's not that likely to be hit again. That's the 5 minute entry, and here you have a couple of overlapping structures, all of them telling you that the area is here. Right, so I'm interested, especially it's because it's also visible in the 15. I'm looking for these areas to be retested if they get to be retested in the next couple of hours, and then we can take a short from here and targeting. I think I already said it. These structures much lower. That's a beautiful trade. Something to look for. Let's I'm gonna hand it back to you two guys. What are you going to look for, or are they asking for something else in the chat? And
Gold.
Gold. All right, who's up for gold?
Let's do it.
That is going to.
Let's have a go.
Yeah, let's take a look at gold. Gold basically went down and now it's back up during the news.
Yeah,
I'm putting your screen.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, go for it.
No, you brought mine. 1 second. There is.
Oh, I'm sorry. There we go. Yeah, that's the one.
There we go. Okay, so anyone watching, I don't trade gold, and I will just break down a trade that I would have taken on euro dollar as well if it was obviously within the open. But for me, from gold, I'll go from the 4 hour just because it's nothing of interest of me until obviously we get structure points and things. But for me, at this moment in time, obviously, I always say we sweep highs and then I look for obviously reversals from there. The only time I'll catch a pro trend trade is if we get a rebalance after we've swept that high. So for me on gold, currently we've just swept, or haven't just swept, we swept this high. We then put in the change in the state of delivery here, which obviously displaced further down, took this low here. We then came back up and rebalanced that price leg. From here to this low, we rebalanced 50% of that price leg, rejected that, and now we're pushing to the downside. So from a 4 hour perspective, I am obviously very bearish at this moment in time because we've got the sell model in, we've swept the high, put the sell model in, rebalanced to equilibrium, and back into obviously this fair value gap here that you can quite see we've tried to push through and disrespect 3 times, and we've had the wick, so a manipulation through that, and then a push to the downside. So from a 4 hour perspective, I'd like to see at a minimum this internal low get ran here. On the 4 hour, again, I don't trade gold, so don't judge me here. From a 1 hour perspective as well, exactly the same thing. You can see it time and time again, no matter what. Again, markets are fractal. You can see what's going on. If I just get rid of this, we came back into that 4 hour fair value gap and the retracement of that. We've then swept the high. Again, same process again is what I'd be looking for if I traded gold. We've swept the high. We then put in a change in the state of delivery and a run through a fair value gap, creating obviously the inverse fair value gap here. There's a small one just here that we ran through, and we also put in the change in the state of delivery to the downside here. When we put that change in the state of delivery down to the downside, I always look for a rebalance of 50%, which I call equilibrium, back to that price leg, which would obviously be this one here. We obviously come back and to that change in the state and then react from that area to push to the downside. So I would be looking from an hourly perspective, obviously internal draw first targets if it was to play. From a lower time frame perspective, I haven't looked at that yet, but obviously first targets will be here, and then I'd be looking to take this lower at minimum. Again, my moves are not as big as what Pedro and Victor look for, but this is what I'm currently seeing is everything's bearish for me at this moment in time. And then going down to obviously the 15 minute, again, you can see the same thing from a 15 minute perspective is, if I just get this is obviously that 1 hour inverse fair value gap. From a 15 minute perspective, we sort of sweep the high here. And then what do we get again? It's the same like mirror image over and over and over with what I do is we get a sweep of the high. What am I looking for then? Okay, now we've taken buy side liquidity. We get the change in the state of delivery to the downside, and then I'm looking for a rebalance. Sometimes I look for 50% and sometimes I look for it to come back to, obviously you can see here, perfect example to that change in the state of delivery. which some people may look at as a structure shift, but I always look for in a bullish market. I look for that last bearish candle that created that push to the upside. We look to break that and then displace through it and either rebalance to the 50% and look for reaction, or to that change in the state of delivery. So it's done exactly the same thing there. Now we've had sweep of the high, change in the state of delivery, clear displacement, a rebalance back to that change in the state of delivery, and now targets on a 15-minute perspective will be this low. So at the minute, 4 hour, 1 hour, 15-minute, I would be looking short at this current time. Potentially, obviously, take the overall draw on the 1 hour. But you can see from 4 hour, 15, 4 hour, 1 hour, 15, all lines all showing exactly the same. So I'd definitely short you at the minute, at least to this low. Any questions on that?
Yeah, I can maybe just show mine as well a little bit.
Yeah.
Where is my? Oh, yeah, okay, here. Yeah, this is the end. It's not the end. I want gold. Yeah, gold. Yeah, gold. Good reaction. I was looking a little bit further down for Wongs. Again, my idea was just to catch this move. It didn't really happen, but this valve is still fresh, so I could still potentially see some kind of reaction from this valve. It's not my favorite anymore because we did manage to break slight with that structure as well on the left side. So this can eventually continue after maybe this retracement that we had into this level. So maybe we could eventually just continue to push down, and who knows if price wants to get close to this 3,300 level. Now we did reacted, as I mentioned, we did reacted nicely from this previous level of supply that was not respected, becoming kind of a demand. That's one of the reasons I tried to look for this long. Price never really tagged me in, and may have left this level behind. So if price by any chance has some kind of good reaction from here and does this, maybe there's opportunity to look for a long in here. I'm not really liking anymore the way price is creating these structures. It's starting to decrease the potential target that I'm looking for, and I don't know if the risk reward is no longer there. Basically at this point, my risk reward to be a little bit lower. Yeah, this is not looking good anymore. Yeah, bigger picture, again, it's a bit tricky. I was indeed looking for shorts in the beginning of the week, but price never really came back closer to this top as well. I wanted to see the fake out of that level, so that never really happened. I can see why you are looking for those shorts or those shorts opportunities that happened this morning. Those were quite nice. Either this one, yeah, mostly maybe did something in here, or this one specifically. It's kind of exactly what you look for, right? We have a little bit of a structure, price just fake outs these mid-range tops and kind of then sells off. Yeah, it's just a bit confusing now, gold. It can go down. You can maybe just continue to move to the downside, and maybe aiming for a target closer to this structure, somewhere around these levels. We do have these left shoulders as well. Maybe price wants to go back into something in here. Yeah, I lost my interest in trying to look for any trade at this point on gold in here after what I saw my price doing. I actually prefer more oil at this point. I actually was looking for potential gold trade on oil. Victor, do you have a different bias on gold? Like, well, price is still in the range. Like, do you have any new ideas on what you're working on gold?
I'm watching out not to pour any water here. Almost did. Let's take a look. I can let's show to my screen so we can take a look from it. I will. Let's do that. All right. So same thing as always. Top down. We do have a monthly that is being retested. So that's a reason to look for a weekly. Also a weekly reason to look for a short. So that we can do. On the weekly time frame, right, is that's okay. So on the weekly time frame, we do have a fresh order block that was created. We are currently retesting it. Let me show you what I'm talking about. We have a fresh order, but then it was fresh, right? Created. This is the first retest. the immediate retest. I mean, that's the actual first retest. It was the second retest, and it reacted on all of those and created a new order block, which we can use for price to look for alignment. There we go. And we're currently testing it, right? Same thing over and over again. This is a bullish structure, so it is against the monthly structure we just mentioned. But it's as long as you have enough alignment, I have no problems going against the higher time frame structure. Just we understand, just as long as you understand that what to target, right? If it is something that makes sense on the weekly, then and it does not go completely against the monthly, then I have no problem taking that trade, which is this weekly, right? Looking for a long in here and target perhaps this structure or that. As you can see, I'm only targeting the very next structure because of that monthly. If there is some higher, like a weekly or some other time frame giving me a reason to hold for longer, then I would want to do that. We have the time bomb exploding anytime now.
It keeps going on
but
and
I
off.
will I will go steady here with the analysis, fearless of any explosion. On the on the
It's always the
on the
red
day-
one. It's the red cable always that you need to cut. Okay,
red,
it's the red cable.
is it the red cable or the red pill?
Yeah. Maybe you need to take the red pill after the explosion.
All right, so we do have we've been talking about this. Gold has been going sideways, right? And when it goes sideways, especially after a very directional move, right? We had before been consolidating. It's gonna trick sellers and buyers to think one for the continuation, the other one for the reversal. So you gotta watch out. It's gonna do this and do not fall into that trap. Only trade ones that are the setups that have been properly given the signal, or we have proper confluence for them. You have the long, and this is one that I prefer, but I would trade both of them to be fair. But I prefer the bullish one because it is, of course, with the direction of the trend. So we want to be with the trend as much as possible. All right, that's the easy trade most of the time. So this is the established downtrend. Break of the neckline comes back to one of the two. This is number 2 order block on the daily, which also happens to be overlapping with the weekly bullish structure we just saw. So if that is true, and it is, then we want to be taking a trade from this structure. And what structure am I referring to? It's this daily order block, right? Because we are on the daily time frame. On any time frame, you need to be looking at the structures on that time frame, right? So this is the daily entry order block for the quasi, and the price, you can see price coming back. It reacted a couple of times, and we're getting back at it. Back again. So I would be wanting to see if we can get a setup from this structure, the same way you would have been looking for setups for from previous times it came into the structure. Let's go to the H4 to see if we can find anything, and yes, we can. We have actually the biggest structure, which is this, but let me see this swing point from the last one. Let's mark properly. And we do have 2 structures, and those are the only 2. So I'm interested in this one, right, as a long, using the weekly and the daily structure I just mentioned. But we're not there, so it's not something you can use currently. But if and when price gets there, then I would be looking for something like that, and then perhaps targeting the next high, or perhaps this order block on the opposite side, right? That's one thing, but that's too early to use, as it is not there yet, and who knows if when it will get there. The second thing is look for the short, which does not have a weekly, at least not yet, a weekly structure to trade from. So it does not have a alignment from the monthly. So you have the monthly here, right? The monthly order block right here. That's visible, obviously, on this time frame. So the weekly is this order block, which it is now forming, right? So I would want to be taking a long from lower levels into these areas and from current levels into the one below, right? Because price does that a lot of the time. It just ping pongs between the different levels it has, right? Different structures. So that is the weekly order block that hasn't been closed yet. So we are not allowed, at least I'm not allowed to trade from it. But at the end of the day tomorrow, that could be open as a possibility. But for this week, I don't have alignment on that weekly. So if I take a trade short, it will be just for maybe a day trade or a couple of days, but not something I'm going to hold for weeks. So let's see, what else do we have? We do have a nice reaction we had yesterday. You guys remember this? I talked about it. I think it was perhaps even Tuesday. I talked about this. There is in between, right? In between. That's why it's a little bit difficult to see all of it. But there is a bearish quasi as well. This being the left shoulder, the head, the neckline. It breaks it, and it goes into the order block. Too bad it's quite wide, and it reacts beautifully from it, right? And what does it do? It goes back, right, before reaching that lower, completion of the structure. It goes back and it reacts. Look at that. This is the order block. That's the lower border, and that's exactly where the sellers still control. And look at that big candle. So that to me tells me that it did react to this order block, creating another one. And what are we getting today? Another bearish daily order block. So we could, based on the quasi, be looking for a short from the moment, actually that was yesterday already, from the moment it got back to this order block. Let's go to the H4 to see if we had any area of interest. Yes, we did. It did squeeze a lot. That makes it a little bit difficult to trade when it squeezes as much as it did here. But I'm looking for a short. Obviously, I was looking already a short from previously, from the beginning of the week. I did take a couple of trades on gold. One was a partial profit. The other one was a stop out. And let's see, we had this is a H4 entry, right? Not an entry, just a fresh order block that got retested. That's this one. So in here, and that would be during the Asian session, would be the time to look for the entry on the lower time frames. You had a beautiful reaction of that order block, but it's a bit wider. Yeah, I will still use them. That's this one. And use this area for your reversal. And I already see some indication of a very beautiful area. Look at that. Look at this. Price comes back. This is the area of interest. I'm going to mark it with some yellow lines in between here. That's the area I want to be taking a short from. And it does not signal in this time frame. Maybe on the 5. Let's take a look. It did not signal to me. I wouldn't have been able to trade it. It wouldn't have triggered me into the trade. Maybe in here. Let's take a look to see if that would have been an option. I'm going to go back and mark it so we find it easily. Although it's not easy, not difficult to see. That wouldn't have triggered me either. I can see from a mile away that that wouldn't be something I would trade. That's actually, no, still wouldn't trigger me.
It's basically the same level that Derry and myself kind of mentioned before, right? That
this area?
Yeah, I think it was around that top, right? Yeah. It had that mid structure just before that. It spiked up, reacted from really nicely that super level, and then it shorted.
Yep. To me, the entry would have been at the beginning of London, all the way up here, and now if I'm either already in or I'm not going to enter. If I'm not,
same
I'm
thing.
not going to enter. And because to me, the risk reward ratio here is, not the one that I like to be at the extremes. Get either my stop there or maybe above this level, and then targets to the left target perhaps these level or these level, and as we can see, it reached all of them. Those would be my targets, but I
Yep.
didn't get an entry here. But it does look very interesting if you look at the H4. Let me open this up a little bit so we can take a look at it. What I mean, you can see how it does come back to this higher time frame, right? That's why we have the level there, and it seems to me like not the easy trade, but the easier trade is to the downside. That's it, right? It also follows the impulse. This is the impulse, the retrace, another impulse. But I would need something, a better way to adjust to define my risk, and I can't do that currently on the H4. So I'm gonna skip and wait until I get something I can use. There is, however, that's on the H2, not on the H4. A beautiful quasi. Look at this. Beautiful. Look at this right here. Yes. This would have been a very nice one. I didn't see this before. Look at that. That would be one big H2 order block, and this is the completion of the quasi. See that? That's the established uptrend, the left shoulder, the neckline, the head, breaking of that neckline, and then comes back. Where does it come back? Boom, bingo, and then moves away. So, but it isn't something. It doesn't have the same alignment on the H4. So personally, I wouldn't have traded this. Also, I wouldn't have because I need that H4 as well. But that is a beautiful trade. But that means that you would be waiting there to start looking for a short. And let's take a look if we had. I took away the arrow, but let's take a look if we. There. So let's take a look on the 5 minute if we can find a reason. So not on this one. This would be logical because of the area above. This is where I would be looking normally because of the H4, but this as well here would also be something that I could trade given enough alignment. And I do have, perhaps let's check the 15 minute. No, not on the 15. And not on the 5 either. No, I don't have anything there. Too bad. But I would be, at least then, I would, if I don't have alignment, I could just scalp the level, right? Just scalp the reaction that we know that these structures typically have, and this was no different. That's the lower border of that structure on the H2, and we can clearly see how the market goes there and then moves away. That's enough to scalp, right? That's one trade, and then perhaps the next time it comes back, you do the same, and it reacts again, and that's it. Just move for those little scalps in the market. As we know, you're not going for the big move because you need more alignment, at least in my opinion, more alignment for that, but you can still look for beautiful structures to trade from. And actually, there is a quasi in here. Let's see if I can see it on the 1 minute. Yes. Not on the 2, not on the 1, maybe on the 2. Yes. That wouldn't have worked. That would have stopped you, maybe stopped you out, depending on your rules. But this is the time frame. Look at this. So it would have been on the 5 minute. You have this as the, let's see if we have the high is 9, 7. No, technically I wouldn't have taken. Oh, that's not true. That's no. I could still trade this. Yes, according to my rules or the rules that I follow, I would not trade this. I'm sorry. Sorry to keep up the hopes. I wouldn't be able to trade this because of the height of these two. Are not according to what I would filter this out because of these two levels. But otherwise, I would be doing something like this. You see the uptrend, right? Because this is higher than that point. That's why invalidates the structure. But even so, even if it is an invalidated structure, imagine this would have been a little bit lower, and it didn't stop there. This invalidates the structure, right? So it's not something we can use. That invalidates the whole structure. But imagine we would have still got that. That would be the quasi. Look at this beautiful reaction. There we go. And you got in here, and off you go. You could have targeted, these lows. I would target that would be the first structure to target, and otherwise that one. Both of them got hit. That would be a nice one, but it's not a valid one because of rules. I follow the rules religiously, and in this case, it wouldn't have triggered me. Not even if I can deviate from the rules. That's why the rules are in there for. So let's look at the chat. Remember, guys, hit the like, hit the subscribe button. It won't bite. We wouldn't bite either. But you can support the channel and make this a even greater, even better, source of content for everyone who is interested in authentic traders trying to bring you value while you're trading. I assume you're trading or you're interested in trading. Pedro,
Tell me.
we still have a little less than 20 minutes. What has been the trade of the last couple of days for you? Have you had something you think this is something I would want to show the audience? Have you had some, I don't know, maybe some, it doesn't matter what period it is. It doesn't
Well,
even
to be
matter
honest,
if you
be honest, I didn't open any trade. This week I haven't opened any trades. I've been waiting for a few levels that price never really got to them. Or the gold on short, even pound now, I was waiting for a price to go just a little bit higher to short. Never come to my level. I didn't short it. That trade on gold as a scalp, I didn't manage to. Another Euro Yen, I think we talked about Euro Yen for a long time ago. Potential Quasimodo. If you recall, what is Euro Yen in here? Do you remember that potential?
I remember. Yes.
Yeah, price got close to it. I was still looking a little bit higher. Price already made a good move to the downside. We'll see. Price will go back there, but so far I didn't get filled yet, or at least didn't got my level to then look for an entry. So it has been a week like this at this point. Just missing a few of the levels that I've been looking for. Today I started to look a little bit at oil. Potential long. Its price is already moving. I was looking a little bit more into this level. I think price was already slowing down a little bit. It already broke slightly the stop. That was something that I like to see, and then kind of the strong push to the downside. My problem with oil is that it depends on the server that you're looking at. Price may be reacting from different levels, and I don't really like that confusion. Depending on the server, in this one on TradingView, maybe it's a good level, price just fake out this level, but then when I'm looking on my personal broker, it's a different one. Maybe if I'm looking at the The5ers broker, or server, it's maybe slightly different zone. But overall, I like the approach. This one here is not bad after taking these lows, and price already making kind of a good move. It's also now starting to break this trend line. So maybe price is still coming back in here, and if it's coming back, I think I'm going to continue to look for longs. Price has been moving to the downside for a while. It's already dropped $10 basically, from 71.5 to now 62. I think we're going to start seeing some buying pressure on oil, so it's on my radar from now on to try to look for longs. A good one today that actually I didn't trade it. Unfortunately, it was actually dollar yen. Dollar yen was actually an interesting one. I actually got into this demand zone. So again, with the yen index, I've been looking for it. So we had that initial push up, which means that the dollar yen push to the downside. We had all this liquidity as well, all these lows and price which we just broke them into this really nice demand zone that we had in there. If you get into the lower time frame, you can actually see where that demand zone was. Okay, it's literally this beauty on the 5 minutes time frame. That's actually where price reacted. We did all this left shoulder. This can be actually seen as a Quasimodo as well from here.
We're talking about dollar yen, right? Yes.
Yeah, dollar yen. On the one time frame, it can look like a Quasimodo. We did then manage to break some structure to the upside, and just still actually reacting a nice little move in here. And then price, it actually created the pattern. I didn't really pay attention to this one, I have to admit. That was more focused on the pound today for a reason. But yeah, it created actually the pattern that I actually like as well. Again, kind of start breaking structure, and then creates the fake out, and then from there, that anywhere in here maybe could have been a good long, and maybe price can actually come back in filling this range again. Something that price likes to do as well is kind of symmetry, just maybe the same thing that we did in there, and we can go back into here. Variant. So this one could have been maybe a trade-off today. I didn't realize it on time. Actually, I had the level, but I didn't set up my alert. Now I have an alert, but I didn't set up my alert beforehand. Yeah, it happens.
It happens. It happens to me as well. Happens. Sometimes, how do you not miss the trade? Yeah, you get a system, right? An alert system.
Yeah. Exactly.
But then you have to make sure you
actually activate it.
You actually activate it. Yes, happens to me sometimes as well.
And I actually usually place my alert on the trading view, because trading view kind of it rings like 3 or 4 times or something like that. Like it's not just once it disappears. Sometimes on MT4, the one I use on MT4, it rings once and disappears. At least this one, it rings and it rings and it rings and before, but I didn't set it up. I didn't place the alert this time.
On my trading view, mine alerts indefinitely. It keeps on alerting the whole time. And sometimes I cannot get to the phone, so I already know what's happening when that happens. Do you work with?
This could have been. Sorry, this could. Yeah, this is kind of a good example of the trade that I would like to. And even managed to break already this top, so who knows if price actually is ready to literally come back all the way back into this structure, because we are looking at this structure from this bottom to this top. We have a little bit of a pause in here, a mid-range, and price breaking to the upside, which may have trapped people into buying. Now we finally fake out this level, get into literally the extreme of this demand zone, and who knows if from here we are not going to actually start moving, maybe then retest this level again and start pushing again closer to something in here. Could happen. I wouldn't be surprised because if there is a level as well that we can expect price to go all the way, it's switching from one extreme all the way back to the other one.
It seems unlikely when you're at the level.
Exactly.
It seems very unlikely. That's how it a lot of the time is. But
then price starts evolving, and it's evolving, and then breaks again and again, and then starts respecting these structures, and then
exactly,
and then it starts. Yeah, of course, as soon maybe if it breaks this top, maybe it makes more clear for everyone. Maybe that wants to go there. Yeah, but in my view, the way I would look at it is that this top may have already broken this zone, so that may already be the trigger to go higher. But we'll see what will happen on dollar yen. Because again, in the just 1 second, just in the environment is that dollar was also reacting from this level, so maybe you could actually anticipate that there was some dollar strength. That's why kind of this dollar yen for me it was kind of a good level as well, is because we are now in a moment where maybe the dollar was actually starting to get closer to a buying pressure as well. I could have gone a little bit lower or something like that, but in here I think it was definitely a good zone to look for longs on the dollar, which would help dollar yen to go higher. Sorry, Vitor, say it again. Sorry.
No, I was. You said it quite nicely. The dollar yen was at a. I'm gonna switch to mine. This is a reaction that I recognize from It did not trigger me into a trade, although this is not a pair that I usually, but from the markings of the chart, you can see that I was watching this as well. These are what we talked about, right? The initial order block, entry order block on that big quasi on the H04. And you can see it on the daily as well. Price created this, comes back for a second time. This is and also had a bullish order, bullish, yes, but fresh order block right there. But it had to tap, or at least that's what I say. It had to tap something deeper for it to reverse, which is this one order block. And if you go to the lower time frame, you can see that the quasi is right there. And what happens, right? When price is all the way, all the way up here, you think it's never gonna come down, never gonna happen, right? Until you see some, it switches, and you see these big drops. You see this is going to break through for sure. Look at this big candle. This order block will not stop it until, it's always I see how my human expectations are wrong, right? And that's why I don't like to trade on what I think might happen. I'm just trade on a certain system where you have the quasi, you have an order block, it gets there, you go to your next step in your checklist, and if it fits everything, you enter, and don't care about my expectation. And a lot of times, the exact place where I get in is everything tells me, not everything, but my perception tells me this is not gonna move. What am I doing? That doesn't make sense. This here going long? No, why? It's breaking, it's making lower low. It had a lot of reaction, it had a lot of momentum from the top. This is going through. This is just a little blip as it goes lower. But that's the thing. If you follow feeling and this expectation may work, what is logical in common world, but in trading that doesn't it's not useful. At least I have.
Trading is not normal. Trading is not normal in any sense.
No, it isn't. So using common knowledge or common sense, at least the sense that I'm using, I think I would think it is common, but apparently it's not normal in trading. So but it does happen. All right, comes back to the last order block in this case. And if you go lower, you can see it from a mile afar. I wouldn't be able to betray this because it didn't trigger me on the H4. But look at this. Look how beautiful it reacts to the order block. You see, this is the H4, right? It comes in, it touches it first. Second time, barely was able to close within the order block. But since then, you can see that order block was being rejected all the time. Look at that wick being bought up by the buyers, and here it just rests upon it until it shoots in the opposite direction. I mean, how can you expect this how can you expect this by looking at the market structure? You can't. But you can catch these if you have a system that gets you into these trades following, right? If you have rules that tells you, in this case, it didn't trigger me. I have to say I would be looking for price action in here, and it didn't trigger me. That's and because of the H4, I don't have my alignment to go further down. But if you were to use, let's say, quasis, let's see if we had something on this part where I would be consider this as the lowest point, usually the best head. And if we were to mark that, would be then the left shoulder. And since we got to that area, I'm going to be looking for possible areas where it reacted from. That's not the right tool. That's the other tool that I would be needing. I think this is the one. There we go. It didn't on this time frame. I didn't trade it because it didn't have the alignment on the H4. But let me check if it had anything on other time frames.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a shape of a quasi mode in there, right? We have kind of that left shoulder, a little bit of an up, then we have the Warwoe, and then you have the break of that head that you just draw with the line. Then it's about if you find your the entry one,
Yeah,
but you do have
it
kind of
depends
rules
on
on this one.
it depends on you exactly. It depends on your
Yeah.
entry model, what your rules are. But it's very
Yeah.
obvious, right? This is or
Yeah.
maybe that one, depending on your rules. That's the established downtrend. It breaks either this or that, depending which one you're looking at,
Yeah.
and then comes back to something. In this case, it didn't have an order block, but it was the order block from the H4 that it came multiple times, and you have that close, which is right before market just completed complete went the other direction. And some people might say, yes, this was the news. Perhaps no, not perhaps, I'm sure that's totally true. But the thing is, they happen together, right? It's
Yes.
The news, apparently this all this pa that we see here has a certain expectation, and that's why it's behaving this way around this level, right? In other words, the market, the fact that there was a quasi there was already telling us that the market was positioning itself for a reversal. The news came in and it did not surprise the market, and it went in the direction of the market was already expecting it based on the quasi, the reversal patterns that it was showing. So it makes sense to just follow the pattern and let the market, either the news confirm that direction and you'll be right, and not, then you wouldn't be in the trade, or if you would be stopped out. In this case, that's a bit difficult to trade though, because it's a high impact news and you don't want to be entering right there. You would be, in this case, what is this, 45, and this is below the 30, 35 pips is quite acceptable to me for a stop, even with high impact news. I would definitely be able to do that. That's not too much. That's not too tight. If we're talking about a very tight stop, something like a single digit number, then no, I wouldn't be able to do that. That's kamikaze. I'm not doing that. But we can certainly do 35, 30, depending on the pair and the volatility, of course. You can, and what kind of news it typically is, right? So if it's NFP, you have to be still careful with 30, 25 pip stop loss. But on this news, on this pair, 35 is acceptable. Even if it slips, it's not going to slip by a lot more than what you risk. So you could be in this trade for sure, based on the the analysis I just put out right there. All right, so we are getting near to the end of the stream. Any last word, gentlemen?
Nothing from me. It's just good to jump on as well and get the questions firing as well with people. It'd be good to have more questions, to be fair, to give us more context and substance behind everything. But it's good to have people here and just chat with you guys as well, because I'm obviously here with just my students most of the time. So when you guys jump on, it's good to speak with other people as well with different strategies, which I enjoy. The way you guys break down the market and things, although it's different to me, it's good to see. Really good.
Yes, we can... Go ahead, Pedro. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Victor. Sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say this is exactly what I trade all the time on my scalping. I've been scalping for some time now with good, not I'm still perfecting the flow of and the rules that I use. But the reaction from these order blocks, this is a daily, for example, and I want, before we go out, show this to whoever is interested. If you go to lower time frames, you will see that. And this is what I mentioned this at the beginning when I came in. This is the news. This is the daily order block that was created 2 days ago. And the news came, and see what it did. Exactly at the order block, perfectly, it shoots down and touches it. Right there.
Yeah.
Right? And this reaction, you see very, very, very often. And it gets to the order block on the higher time frame, it has that reaction. And actually, it's still having that reaction. It will go through it if it has, if the market structure and if the order flow is to the downside, eventually it will take it out, and not the whole order block. But that level, that border, it will pierce it eventually and go deeper. But that's not the point. The point is that if you know in advance where the market will react with some high probability, that's edge, right? A little scalp in this case. And I see that all the time, and you can do this on the daily, on the weekly, even on the H4, you will see price react to them. Not all the time, obviously, but often enough for one to take a trade from, right? That's what I wanted to share, just to give people out a little bit of extra value for their time. Go ahead, Pedro.
Yeah, those are great levels. Then it's all about finding a strategy that can benefit from those moves. But yeah, scalping those can be quite profitable, to be honest. It needs to be aggressive, or kind of quick thinking, but it can work quite nicely. But yeah, it's another week. Good luck, guys, with your trading. I'm actually going to be a little bit away, going on holidays on Saturday, so that's going to be a little bit of a rest for me until September. So yeah, have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the month for everyone, and I'll be back then in September. For the Portuguese community, we are still going to have another session today at 5 p.m. So yeah, we're going to talk actually about holidays, trading on holidays. Is it benefits, disadvantage? Should we do it? Should we not do it? Well, that's a topic for later on. Do you guys like to trade on holidays? Maybe that's a question.
No, don't do it. That's why we go on holiday to stop.
I don't trade the same way I trade as I usually do while I'm holidays, but I do I can and I do trade actively while on holidays, just on a higher time frame. So I would be, instead of watching the chart, which I can't if I'm actually seriously doing holidays, doing vacation and stuff, what I would do is just go to the higher time frame H4 daily and wait for my levels, wait for my confirmation. It might be something like once or twice watching the chart, and I can do that most of the time. And then that's it, without active management, just set and forget. I definitely trade on vacation.
Okay.
But not in the same way I trade here, of course. Obviously not on the 1 minute. No, I'm that's not vacation. If you want to get away from something, then you don't do it while on vacation. Not that I do want to get away from trading, don't get me wrong. But I mean, if you want to be doing something different, right, exploring, going on safari, things like that, then there's no way you're going to be doing that with a chart on your lap. All right, so see you guys again next time, Monday. That would be for our regular YouTube session. We have today on the Discord community another workshop, and tomorrow as well. So join us on the Discord. I will not be the person doing that. It will be, if I'm not mistaken, Rich, our personal performance coach. In-house performance coach for the 5ers. So come and join us and get ahead in your trading game. That will be all for us for today. Thank you for your attention, and keep safe. Yeah. See you guys soon again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.